Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to begin the Administration Committee meeting for Otsego County, August 20th, a little after 9 a.m.
Yeah.
We start with DSS. Hi, Sarah. Can you come on up?
So I have 3 items today pending HSC approval. We haven't had an HSC meeting.
Oh, yes, we talked about that. Yeah, good.
The first is we're requesting support for the resolution to delay the SNAP federal rules. Sarah's handing out the revised resolution and the changes are highlighted. Okay, so we talked about how the AVIV work requirements are outside the scope of this resolution. Then we included the potential costs to the county from these changes, and then we added that Otsego County has a strong commitment to welfare and education. So moved.
Second.
Do you have any discussion on this? I really appreciate the very thoughtful additions that you made to the resolution. I think we should share it with ISAC so that they can maybe see that language as well for other counties. Any other discussion?
So, trying to read through it, where is this, who is this being sent to and who is it requesting the cost be shifted?
Costs be shifted to the county.
We're asking.
The state.
Yeah, to the
Yeah.
state.
So we're asking, actually, the state's asking for the federal government to delay the rules so that these costs are not shifted to the state. And then a portion of the state could be shifted to the county.
So who are we, by this resolution, who are we targeting?
Our New York State delegation, congressional delegation, United States
So in other
senators.
words, we're asking the federal government to delay the
Implementation.
Yes.
Okay.
Push it back, I think, and then we're also sending it to our state legislators. Ask them to maybe take some of this burden away from the counties.
well, there's two different issues there, that's why.
But yes, so
Going to the state is one thing, it's going to the federal government is another.
I think it's going to both.
And it is the same.
All right, okay.
Messaging saying, hey, this
Then
is going
for-
to have a consequence.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he does.
okay. Anything else? Roll call vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur,
No.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
All right, thank you for that. We have, it does pass with the one, no. All right. Going ahead to your next agenda item, Lisa.
Okay, so we'd like, request for a resolution to contract with Office for Aging for Keith for the 2026 to 2027 year in the amount of $57,678.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Is this all the pass through as, is it previous year, it's been a pass through and it remains a pass? Like we
But-
get all the funding?
We claim the contract under our heat admin. We do go over our heat admin allocation for heat, but, yeah, this is what we do every year. They take care of the elderly.
Right, so the local share is anything? I just can't remember what the local.
I'd have to ask Cheryl how much we're going over to establish the percentage, but we are going over.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, what we go over tradition,
Yes,
historic.
it's been a lot of years since we.
Yeah, historically might be better than traditionally.
Yes,
Traditional.
we'll go.
Over.
Okay, all right, but we can talk about that when we do that that meeting in
Yes.
September on that day. So we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Our last item is to create fund and fill part-time clerk. This is a retired person that has been working temporary for us, going through files and shredding and, so we've had several temporary slots for her, and personnel is recommending that we go to a part-time. We want her to continue to do this, and it's been very helpful. Getting us to where we're.
A motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
So it's really good, no change in personnel, no change in salary, just a reclassification.
Right.
All right, any discussion or questions? Go to a vote?
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta.
Yeah.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great guys.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Okay. Everything. Steve Andrews, you can show us turn your camera on and unmute. Steve. Great.
There we go.
Oh, there you are.
Excellent.
Hi.
I did have part of it ready to go.
Oh, that's okay.
So good morning. I'm here to. I
Hi,
wanna
Steve.
You must have two devices on.
There's a weird sound coming, and we need to see your face.
Okay.
Even.
Not sure why.
Personality has more stress, more people's lives than we have. We could never.
I thought I had this also. Let's see. How's that?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, okay. Still's coming in weird on the background noise there.
Yeah, that seems better.
At some point, I'll get it all right. I'll have to.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. I have one agenda item this morning. I'm seeking approval of the funding allocations that were approved on July 29th from the Otsego County Youth Board. Our funding this year from New York State is $122,340. That is a slight overall decrease compared to last year. The decrease $1,203. So the allocations to the 28 entities are pretty much by the by. We have one new youth organization, Lawrence Youth League Sports, that was approved by the board on the 29th for $1,000. And this is in the progress of several approvals from the state. Once all the information and applications are in to the state, and then it goes to the Otsego board for final approval, and then the state finally approves our resource allocation plan.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the money from the state.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion for Steve? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta.
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Bye. Okay, Alan.
Morning. So in about 10-ish minutes, we're going to go into executive session to discuss our RFP. But I did not put a lot on my agenda to keep you guys forever. So actually I'll be able to get through my whole thing and real property now. So the first thing I need that's on my agenda is our Deckard resolution for our short-term rentals that we got. I came up here and I said the wrong language that went into the resolution, which is my fault. So I just want to correct it so that we can correct the resolution. So I need the resolution to say that it's from September 1st, 2026 through September 9th, or I'm sorry, September 1st, 2029 for 3 years, not to exceed $41,800 per year with a total contract price of $125,400 over the 3 years. After the first 3 years, I want to add in there 2 one-year renewals. So that language exactly matches the Rockland County contract that we're piggybacking off of, and that Dan Hammer said that you're piggybacking, it should match that same language. So,
Word to word.
yeah, and I can give this language to the county attorney's office when they're doing the resolution, but I just need that to change the resolution.
So moved.
Questions or discussions for Alan? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. Just a thing, so I sent an email about the budget mods and transfers, just so everyone knows. So when someone comes for budget mod or transfer to your committee, I just ask that you please look that it's my signature there first. Because we did have two over the last couple of months that were wrong, and by rules, I'm not supposed to change any of that stuff. I have to make the whole committee come back, or the whole thing person come back and do it. I just changed them because they needed the money. But hopefully in the future, like if you guys get one and it doesn't have my signature on it, at least try to call or ask me so I can get it, so that we know it's the correct account number. They have money in the account, whether it needs or doesn't need a resolution, and all of that stuff. So that's all, just kind of make sure it's on there.
Going everything in the right order.
Yeah, and it follows the committee's rule says it needs my signature on it, so that at least we don't have to, because I feel bad when departments are like, I need this money, you guys do the transfer, and I'm like, yeah, this is done wrong. They just change it, but technically I'm supposed to come back and get all, and it's gonna hold it up from now on.
So
That's
everybody,
all.
procedurally, everybody needs to do it. Right.
Yeah, so that's,
Okay, we'll be looking for those.
thank you. I sent everyone the cash spend update. There that is, your, a sales tax. I sent the sales tax trending, that's, trending about $2 million higher than we were last year at this time. So keep that in mind. The reserve and account balances are healthy that you see. Any specific questions on any of that stuff before I jump into our just quick thing on real property?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
What does the higher price of gas do to sales tax?
It increases sales tax. So that's your double-edged sword.
Oh, I know all about double-edged swords,
Yeah.
so I'm just wondering how much of that increases gas do you think?
Oh, quite a bit.
I gotta imagine it's quite a bit. So I mean, we're paying for it on the back end, but we're getting it on the front end. So NISAC every now and then will do a breakdown of where your highest
Your highest generated.
sales tax revenue. They usually do a top 10. I could reach out to NISAC to see if they could do an updated version of that. To see if we can get like, hey, here's where we see Otsego County sales tax come. They haven't done one of those in a while. They used to do them during COVID. Yeah, you've seen it. But I know.
I think I saw one in our June,
June.
possibly.
I know that Dave Lucas can punch one out real
Yeah.
quick if I ask him. So I will get that through and I'll send that out when I get one of the top. If there aren't any other questions, the only thing I had for real property, I know everyone's heard a lot about the disabled veterans exemption. I've been working with Phil. He came to, what's his parent committee? Yes, he came to IGA and discussed it. Phil and I are both on the same page. We both discussed this. I actually sent him something just this morning that I received last night from, I received an email regarding this from the deputy counsel for the New York State Department of Veterans Services about some language changes. So I sent the bill saying, hey, do you agree with this? It looks right to me, so that we can come discuss it all together. But we are both in the same boat that let's wait till all of this pans out, because the state is making changes to this almost monthly. And then we'll go forward and address. Right, the board chooses to do the same.
We didn't, I mean, he basically said that we have to wait for all of this to
Yeah,
kind of settle. So we didn't have any formal presentation or discussion.
yeah, I can give you, and I know I've sent stuff to this committee a couple times, but yeah, Phil's right. And Phil, there are few counties and few other municipalities that have just passed it. And then they go through all these changes and have to make changes. So that's when Phil and I talk, we're like, let's just let all the dust settle. till they're done making changes, and then let's bring it to committee and see what they think. So that's kind of where I am on that, Phil's on that. Just want to make sure the committee was also okay.
Yeah, and it was good information to have heard because that very night I went to Lisbon and they were discussing it.
Yeah.
So they were happy to know that like there was time to figure it out.
Yeah, there's time to figure it out, and I mean, you could approve something right now, but things seem to be.
I think the piece was the definition of the disability. I think
That's where it is.
we need to have a formal presentation on that distinction. As Bill said that, that there's a lot of people that think they do qualify and they will not qualify.
And I can tell you this, like I said, this came last night from the deputy counsel at the Department of Veteran Services, and his flat thing says there's two pathways for a veteran to qualify for jurisdictions that opt in. You need 100% rating with permanent and total designation. That P&T is, everyone's like, I've got 100%, but you don't have permanent and total designation.
And it comes from the VA and they have to have a letter, and
Yeah.
Phil talked to us about that.
And then it says, yeah, literally a finding from TDIU, which I don't know what that is, from the VA has to have the permanent total designation, right?
Right.
So that's kind of where that is. Yeah, so the crucial element in both cases is the permanent total disabling finding by the VA holding that the medical condition is unlikely to improve during the veteran's lifetime. A plain 100% or plain TDIU designation does not qualify. The finding of permanent totally disabling must be present. That's kind of what he said. And it also has to have 100% rating and a designation of individual unemployability, and still receive a letter from the VA stating that they are permanently totally disabled if the VA deems their conditions unlikely to ever improve. So I'll send this little thing from the deputy
That's
counsel.
kind of a high hurdle.
It's a very high hurdle to hit. So I know I received a couple of calls in my office say, yep, I want this. And I'm like, do you have a letter? Let's see it. The county hasn't passed it. And they're like, well, I don't have any of that. I'm like, this is the high, like, you have to be unemployable. You have to be 100% completely disabled. You have to have special things done to your house because, they say you can't enter it. Like, there's a lot of
So those numbers we came up with in that discussion a while back, I don't think are accurate. I think it's much less than that.
yes.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
think you're
Bill,
gonna-
I don't
I
think
think you're gonna
Bill
end up
actually
with-
gave us an example of somebody.
I think you're gonna end up with single
Qualifies,
digits
yeah.
at that high in the whole county.
He basically said that everyone that's contacted him
That's
hasn't
not
qualified.
qualified.
Yeah,
That's a high hurdle.
It is.
but he didn't know, how many could qualify. So we don't have a way of knowing.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing. But, so that's that. And then it's 9:20. If we're good, that we can go into executive session. I know that you have language there, which is good. Essentially, we're discussing the RFP with monetary and
F.
That would be that still, I think. I make a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of the medical financial credit unemployment history. The particular person or corporation on matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation.
You have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Okay, we are now, and we're gonna invite in with us the
we're gonna bring Andrew,
Andrew and
whoever else you guys want.
and Steve and.
That should be it.
Yeah. Okay, we're back at the meeting. We're going to have a vote to return to open session.
So moved.
Second. And a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're now back in open session and we are going to go ahead with the highway agenda, and Rich is joining us now. Morning, Rich. Sorry for
Morning.
this.
First thing on our agenda, I'd like to request a motion to extend resolution 380 of 2023 with Bergman Associates for the County Highway 20 Bridge New York project to 4/30 of 2028.
So moved.
Questions or discussion for Rich?
This has been held up with the right-of-way issues over there.
Rich, anything? We'll go.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Did we have a motion and second on that?
Yes,
Okay, I missed that.
Wilbur, Martini.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, your next item, Rich?
Request a motion for a resolution to transfer $3,600 from A 1990-548000, that's contingency, to D 5010-545650, that's our water and sewer line.
So moved.
Second.
This one
Question?
was, we had the money budgeted last year and it was cut during the budget process, and now we're out of money to pay the bill.
Seems like
Okay, we will go to a
Well,
vote.
we made it to August.
Yep.
Instead of May.
Okay,
Kennedy,
aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, so that motion passes.
Request a motion to approve the snow and ice agreements with the towns of Cherry Valley, Decatur, Exeter, Lawrence, Maryland, Oneonta, Otsego, Plainfield, Springfield, Westford, Worcester. This is going to be from 10/1 of 26 to 9/30 of 29.
We have a motion.
So moved.
Questions or discussion on the snow and ice agreement? Hearing none, we will go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Next one, we'd like to request a budget modification to increase D 435010 by $994,321.88. That is our consolidated highway aid revenue line, and increase the expenditure line for that by the same amount, which is D 5113-522500. That's our CHIPS capital maintenance line.
The motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
This is our CHIPS. We generally budget just the amount. We don't know what we're getting for CHIPS when we do our budget. So we just budget the same amount from last year. And this is any increases plus the rollover from last year.
Okay, thank you, Rich. We're ready to go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich,
Thanks, sir.
very much. Okay, good. Okay. Come right up. Okay, when you are ready, we are ready to get our mid-year report.
So, here you can see the revenues and expenses, the difference between the adopted budget and the revised budget. We have increased already 3 million in the revenue, but we increased 4.5 million in the expenses, what it means that we will have now a bigger gap of 1.5 million more. we spend less than 40% in the second quarter, and we receive less than 40% in the revenue. That seems that it's good, but we have to be careful because most of our expenses occur in the second and fourth quarter. In the revenue by source, it looks like we are doing good in the local and intergovernmental revenue. That's mostly because we already received all the property tax. And around 30% of the sales tax. We also received some of the revenue that we didn't budget, but we have to be careful of that because the biggest amount is 3.3 million that we received because of the selling of the properties, but that money you cannot use it. It has to be in an account for the owners. All the expected revenue or expense is estimated by the Benesky Group with a mix between the Excel forecast and the Python system. They do something there, and it looks for that expected numbers that we are doing good because we received 2 more millions than what we expect in the revenue in the second quarter. Spending by object class, it seems that we are doing good. The equipment is really low because we have ordered some buses, a bus shelter, and some trucks that we haven't received yet. So that money will be spent later in the third and fourth quarter. In personal services, it looks like we are doing low, but it's mostly because of all the turnover that we have in our staff. The benefits, we have to be careful because we are over. And when we see later, it's mostly because of the health insurance but also the state retirement. When we analyze here what we were supposed to spend and the actual spending, it looks like we are doing good because the difference is just around $500,000. So the three biggest codes, the major codes that are under revenue are highways and planning in transportation and planning as a whole. But this is because of what I said before that, this is because of this is a link to state and federal revenue. So these ones, if we don't do those projects, we don't get the revenue. We haven't done it. For what I know, talking with the departments, for planning, the last one that it says that is zero there is because of the town of Newton Gold Water District Infrastructure Grant and the housing rehabilitation programs, and those two probably won't happen this year. So we're not getting that revenue, but we are also not spending that money. With highways, we have two big bridge that we are delayed that we probably won't be doing this year because it's already the budget for next year. So we're not getting that revenue, but we are not spending that money neither. With the public transportation, this is mostly because we have ordered some buses and bus shelter and we haven't received it yet. And it's also the same. You will see it also in the underspending, and it's because the money is tied up with the revenue. So the ones that we have received more revenue than expected is in the general fund because of the property taxes, interest tax, and Medicaid Part D that they are fully collected. We also received more than 60% in lieu of taxes in the interest and tobacco settlement. And we received an additional 3.8 million in revenue that was not budgeted, that I already talked about that. Social services have already received more than 80% of its budgeted state share of administrative expenditures and 40% of the federal one. and also 70% of the federal funding for family services. And the public defender already received 54% of his budgeted ILS revenue. So this underspending, I already explained it before when we were talking about the revenues. I'm not going to spend more time there. And the overspending, the health insurance. So we have already spent 60.6% of the budgeted amount, and we have to be careful with that because during the year we approve new positions. And those positions, we have to be sure that the fringe is also funded, because if not, that is a local cost. And that's what is happening there. And people is using the health insurance, and we're gonna tell the people that they cannot. So we also bought the land, so we didn't plan, we didn't have that in the budget, so it looks like an overspending. Social services already spent 84.5 of the budgeted amount in the family assistance line. So this is a temporary assistance, emergency aid for two families, and so some child welfare. So we have to be careful because we will need to move money to that account to finish the year. So personal services, the ones that are overspending is the sheriff and E911. Sheriff in the jail and the sheriff as a department. So the biggest in those are the overtime. In the jail, 65% is already used, and the sheriff 86%. In the all other, those 674 and 111 is not a typo. That is because we was budget just 5,200 for the jail in that line, and we already spent 35K. And it's kind of the same in the sheriff line for all other. Those are the thing is they pay under that line all the sick time, vacation, holidays. When somebody needs to stay, that is in wash service there, and there is also an estimate that is paid through that line. That is something that we need to pay attention for this year's budget, because it's already budgeted for that same amount, and it's not real because every year we use more than what we budget, and then at the end we will have to use take the money from contingency to pay. In 911, same thing. They already use 89% of their part-time, and
How much, what percent?
89%,
9?
80%
Oh, okay.
of the part-time, what they budget. And I was checking numbers, and it's not just part-time, overtime too. And not for this report, but me, because I just run the report almost every day and check the numbers. So this is those two departments probably will need money from contingency if they can take it out from their budgets.
Like, this may be beyond the scope of this, but the 5,200 budgeted, is that consistent year to year, or did that just happen this year?
No,
That's
that
been going
happens
on
every year.
Okay,
every
So
year.
that happens every year. The amount budgeted is very low compared with the amount that we spent. Yeah.
Got it.
So in my first conversation with the sheriff, he told me that he tried to be on the target always for the budget. But and this year he's also on the target. But this means that at the end he needs to use money for contingency. And
I mean, we don't need to rehash this. This is what happens every year. So
That was just what I had a vague memory.
No,
That
I'm not
was-
talking about your question.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about what the sheriff is recounting. to
I
you.
just needed to
It
get it back
doesn't-
in my
it
head.
honestly
that's all.
doesn't matter
Yeah.
what he said to you.
so in personal services, the underspending is social services, but that's because they are the department that has the biggest turnover in the county. the public defender with the office of the conflict defender because they budgeted 2 positions and we haven't been able to hire anybody yet. And elections, it looks like we just have spent 40% of the part-time, but they will use that money
In November.
Yeah, I know. So here, this graph has how many people left and how many people new. But those are like over a double count. Because some of them, they moved from one department to another one. During that time, some people was like left in different moments and then we hired. So there is another graph that it shows how many vacancies we really have. So in social services, lost the biggest amount with 14 people, and employment and training, it looks like we hired the biggest amount, but it's just for the summer staff. So of 661 positions that we have, 136 are vacant. Were vacant in the second quarter. Vacancies created 21 of those 136. We have a vacancy rate of 20%, and those are the departments with the biggest amount of vacancies in the first and second quarter. So in this graph, you can see the vacancies in the second quarter, the first and second quarter in a comparison, how many people have left. So this is contingency. We budgeted 1.7 million. We still have 1.3 million, but we have to be careful with that because some departments have been coming here to the committees asking for money, and we have money moved that request for October or November. So I know that there is another one that is coming, big one soon. So I feel like each department should be checking inside their budget and analyzing how much money they can move from one line to another one, with project that they realize at this time of the year that they may not be able to do, or maybe even in the personal line, if they have too much turnover, if they can move from that money to another line and don't trying to leave contingency for something that that's not our choice.
Right, and we did talk about that when we were doing the budget last fall, the way we set it up was that the money could change from the different lines into the one that we
Yes.
needed, so that would be helpful.
We
And your
should,
office is there to help, right? So
Mhm,
finding
yes.
those,
we should keep in mind about the 1,000 lines or the personnel lines. We cut based on vacancies at the time. From the total amount of positions, but we did not impose a hiring rate. Thinking, okay, we can manage this because there's a 20% vacancy rate, so we should more or less work out in terms of the dollars. So we're just watching that very closely.
Yeah, until now we are doing good, but
Yeah.
in a way, because we have a lot of turnover. But if you see the other side, that's not good for us that we have a lot of turnover. But
So we can expect it to get tighter as the year goes on.
maybe. So in the revenue by committee, it looks like admin have received the biggest amount of revenue right now, but it's just because of all the taxes that are in there. The rest of more or less the same that we expected. So I'm received like almost 6 million more than what we was expected, and for this forecast method. So it seems that we are doing like really good. So spending by committee, same thing. With in the revised budget, it says that I may have the 37% of the the spendings in the county, and we, in the second quarter, we have spent around 34%, so we are doing good. But we spent 2.6 million over of what was expected by the second quarter. And that is mostly for what I said before, for the portions of land that it was not in the budget at all, and it goes in the admin, and also the benefits as a whole, not just the health insurance. So here with the strategic plans, I find something yesterday, I found out something yesterday that I have to double check for all the committees, because one of the department heads told me, I did my strategic plan, and I was like, what do you mean? You don't have it. And she did, but in the previous one.
I'm sorry, we talked about this
Yes.
months ago. I
But
thought this
I
was
don't know
addressed.
why they,
I mean, what did we,
so I need to talk with Clear Plans and see if there is a way that we can lock that they cannot make any update with the old one. And I have to double check now, the strategic plan that it says that the name is 2023 to 2026, and the one that is for 2026, and see which department have been updated the old one. And move all of that information to the 2026 one.
I believe we communicated that
Yeah, we did.
much earlier to folks, but you know,
I was shocked yesterday
I mean,
because somebody.
we need to move away from having multiple plan options open in clear plan. We cannot do this again. Because if we close the plan again and open it again, now there's gonna be three. We need to go back to a multi-year time frame. And,
but I don't
and
know
move
how.
away from this yearly, it's confused. We months ago, we had this discussion. You said people were entering their updates into the old plan. Now you just said it happened again.
Yes.
What,
I
that's
find out
embarrassing.
yesterday.
I mean, what?
Yes, I don't know how.
I mean,
I need
county
to-
admin should be
Yeah.
putting something on Clear Plan that says, do not enter in this document. How hard is it to rename the document on Clear Plan? And say this option is closed.
I think that we could probably
But
move
if we
that
rename-
discussion maybe
Yeah.
into a,
Yeah,
If I
I thought this
rename-
discussion was over.
It will show in the website.
So,
clearly,
If I rename the document, it will show in the website because it's live.
it's fine, whatever.
we'll have to
I
work
need to-
on
Yeah,
that clarity for entering the information.
but
I
I
think
just
it's
want to
something
let
that a
you
lot of
know
people
that
don't
this is
get.
happening. And I
Sorry.
just,
Yeah, so we'll take it to a work session and figure, if there's anything that we can do to streamline and like aim people into the right gate on
yes.
how to get that information into Clear Plan, just so that it can be really worth what we're paying for it to be. So,
don't hear any more questions?
thank you, Dave. That was a very comprehensive report. Are no questions? Thank you. Okay. You can come forward, Pangoniana.
Prefer us up front?
Yeah, you can come and sit up front.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, and
You're sitting at the desk?
we can sit, supervisor very, here, sit by Amen, wherever you want.
Wherever you like.
Hey,
Wherever you like.
Is
and
this
you can just take a minute and introduce yourself to the admin.
Yeah. This is printed out.
Yep, it's in our package.
No, I didn't need to print it.
No, my trade. Good, all right. Hi, everyone. Will Rivera, Oneonta Town Supervisor. Nice seeing several of you again, or you as well. So thank you all for having us, and we appreciate the opportunity as well.
So we are.
Joe Camerata from the town of Oneonta, town board.
The
No,
name
we-
edition.
And then we have our other member, chair of our board at Fraser. Representative Marietta, Bowers, Wilbur.
Yes. Let's see.
County Administrator. Clerk. Okay. So,
Just free, okay.
yeah.
Make sure.
yeah.
So again, thank you all for your time. And I'm just gonna basically read remarks really quick, and we will provide it to you as well, so you have it. If, and
You already have it.
you already have it. And so basically, what we are asking for is, a support of a formal review of how Otsego County shares sales tax revenue with local governments. We are asking the administrative committee to move the question forward so that the full board of representatives can take a serious look at the current arrangement. And why are we asking for this review? There's a lot happening in the town of Oneonta. You can see it in Southside, in the West End, in tourism, and in new development. And we want that activity to continue, and we are trying to plan responsibly for that growth and infrastructure that comes with it. At that same time, the town government is responsible for roads, infrastructure, planning, development, code enforcement, and other local services. And residents see that growth happening around them, and they also see the needs in their community. Growth has to work for the people who already live here too. New York counties do not all use the same sales tax sharing approach. The state comptroller reports that most counties share some local sales tax revenue with municipalities, and that the arrangements vary by county. Ulster County recently revisited its own arrangement and approved a new 5-year agreement in 2026. I'm not asking Otsego to copy Ulster or any other county. We are asking to look at our own arrangements and decide whether it still makes sense for our communities today. Moving the question forward gives the full county board an opportunity to examine the issue. A review would give the county time to confirm how the current arrangement works, look at verified numbers, gather the data, hear from community members, and then decide whether anything would or should change. A review does not establish a new formula, approve a percentage or dollar amount, guarantee additional revenue to the town, determine that the current arrangement is wrong, or decide to reduce another municipality share. We are just simply asking to understand the data and move it forward. And then, so at this time, I'll just ask Town Board to share his remarks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Joe.
It's not even Monday.
It's been a long week, trust me.
Just to give you a little history of, I've lived in Oneonta for 39 years. I was the chair of the planning department for 13 years, and then recently 2 years on the town board. So, all the development that we've had in the town, I can't take credit for it, but I was a part of. But being on the town board and seeing, just like you guys went over financial numbers, I think everybody's in the same position. But to see the day-to-day operations for, I'm on the committee for highway, water, and sewer, and just the amount of, infrastructure needs that we have, personnel issues, trucks that we need to replace, and a water system that we're trying to upgrade. I'm asking you to take a hard look at it also, to see if you could help us out, and try to understand the formula that was done in the past, and try to understand it, for the town aspect of it. We appreciate all your time and hard work that you do. I can't imagine the hours that the town or the county reps put in, but I just want to thank you and respect that we could, hopefully you guys can help us out a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Supervisor Rivera. Eamon, is there anything that you wanted to add to this discussion?
Yeah, I have a few things, just kind of position kind of my
knowledge of this issue and what I've seen from Alan shared a few bits of tax data that was shareable with me, and I've kind of analyzed it. I don't want to get into dollars and cents, 'cause that's not what we're asking for. But I do want to highlight, this is the original 1991 resolution. You know, there's two pieces in here. Number one, it was meant to be, the original one was meant to be a term of 4 years and then update every single year. So it was a 4-year agreement with the intention that maybe it would need to be revised, and now it's gone 30 years without being looked at. So that's one thing I want to highlight. That's in number 3, 1991. And then the other one, number 5, this agreement shall continually, annually, unless either party wants to terminate. And so we're not saying we want to terminate, but we need it to be relooked at, and maybe it does need to be terminated and redrawn in some new fashion. You know, just looking at some of the numbers, I won't bore you with too many numbers, but Alan did share me tax data. So of preemptions, right, the town of Otsego right now gets about the same preemption of sales tax that the entire town of Oneonta gets. And if you do dollar over dollar, that's $140 or so per resident of town of Oneonta with South Side and this growing massive, you know, downtown projects. And for the town of Otsego, it's about $440 per person. So right now, if you even just take the preemption aside for the city of Oneonta, and then you look at the remaining 12%, how that's allocated, it's based upon assessments. So the richest districts then get the highest amounts of numbers after that. So in my mind, it's twofold. Number one is city used to be, you know, the place where sales tax was made. That's changed in the last 30 years. Number two, the way the money is dispersed after that is based upon assessments, and that seems maybe grossly inequitable in our current climate of how we should disperse money and try to encourage support in, you know, small towns that are struggling. So again, I don't want to go into the numbers too many times, but I think you understand the issue. It's an old agreement. It should be revisited. Who knows what the outcomes will be? It'll probably be a mix of Alan working with the comptroller, working with the city of Oneonta. But right now, you know, we are doing this massive DOT funded project for sidewalks, for instance, right on our south side. And then they're going to leave, and our code enforcement and our, you know, our employees are going to have to maintain these sidewalks and try to get people to go out and clean them and salt them. And we are already so taxed as a massively growing town. So that's all I have. And I just wanted to ask if anyone else had any questions about this matter.
I don't have questions.
Yeah.
2 comments though. Comment number 1 is I think we should definitely do this and get all of the players at the table. And as a rep for the city of Oneonta, I mean, I have some skin in this game. So they definitely need to be part of this conversation.
It's not, I think this is not gonna move forward if it's just a town of Oneonta thing. This has to be a Otsego County, all municipalities. You know, I think, I mean, that's my perspective. I think we have to look at the tax sharing across all municipalities.
Yeah.
So I
If
think
we're
there's
reallocating
two things, and one may be more attainable than the other. And correct me if I speak incorrectly. But I think the piece of it about the city's own agreement, like the city's, is it called the preemption? The preemption for the city is something that they control. The agreement of, and Alan, is it true that that amount is something that city? Anyway, that's part of it. One is the city's preemption, and the 2 is the rest of the pot of money being divvied out by assessments, based on assessments. So that seems like more something that this body could handle. The other one about the preemption with the city, I don't know exactly how we land on that. It may be determined by state law.
And that's where the state comes into play. So I have forwarded you guys some of the stuff from NISAC. NISAC is unsure that this agreement can even change unless the city and the county both agree. Because if Otsego County, if let's say the city of Oneonta doesn't exist, the county keeps all the sales tax. Back in the 90s, when the city preempted, they're allowed to by state law. So they preempt and say, share some of that with us, and then the agreement comes in. If there's no city, there's no preemption rights. So that's where that agreement came in the first place. Our agreement does say it can be canceled or changed. Will the state legally allow that? I don't know that answer, and that's the answer I've been trying to get, and I forward you guys everything that I have. I don't know. They are still unsure if that can change or not, if the city does not agree. The other thing to think about as I'm looking at this, and NISAC helped me out with this, gave me some numbers, which I can try to fine tune more. Let's just say right now, the committee says, boom, we're changing everything, and the city agrees with it, and we restructure all of the stuff, and the town gets more. The town bills, tax bills, they could stay the same, or they could go down because they can use this to reduce it down. But the other portion, that the county portion, is going to increase because we have less now. Town of Edmiston, Town of Otsego, all their bills are going to increase because they're now getting less. So there's a whole county-wide that would have to be played with. And like I said, each rep, and I'm not telling anybody what to do, but you could be like, Town of Edmiston residents are coming after me now because all their bills are going up. So you might be like, yeah, I'm voting no to this. Whereas Town of Oneonta, they're happy. They're going, I'm voting yes.
So it has to be a county.
Yeah.
It has to be a county-wide plan. It can't, unfortunately, it can't just be.
Yeah, but it has to start with the city to see if.
Well,
That was
not
my
the town of Oneonta, the city.
Yeah, to see if they're even going to agree to this.
That's my
before
next
legally it can
question.
happen.
So-
Have y'all reached out to
No,
the city?
that's not, in my opinion, it's not my responsibility to do so, because I'm only here for the town and addressing that with this committee for that issue. But what I have read and other counties have done is that you can and you have the authority to change your rates or plans or not move forward with it, because there's others that have done it. And I think, in my opinion, also, look at other taxes that other municipalities may be implementing within their own districts now as well, that now they're creating an additional source of revenue on top of revenue that they're already gaining. And so I understand all this, and I do believe it is a countywide issue because smaller towns, municipalities are suffering. But I'm here for my town and our constituents, and as one of the major, if not the largest, drivers of economic development and gateway for the county. And I'm here just to say and show that we need help. I've been here for 8 months, and we have learned so much in that short time. And I was very shocked to learn that we were not getting our fair share because of an equitable, archaic formula. And so being there 8 months, being in that office and seeing how much work comes through that building for such a small team. I mean, we have maybe 4 full-timers in that office, working on the most complicated projects that this county probably has ever seen. And thankfully, they're dedicated, well experienced, but it's not sustainable and it's not fair to them either. And me being just a supervisor in general, I wouldn't want any of my employees to continue to work in that environment. And I don't want our communities to suffer because of infrastructure issues, because of poor planning for decades, not having access to a properly staffed highway crew, not having access to well-maintained highway equipment, and all these things that come up. And also an opportunity to provide marketing or recreational events, right? We don't have the budget lines to even do that. And having us as the economic driver and the gateway for the county, we need those to show that we have a community-centered focus in the development we're doing. But on that same aspect, we are doing our part as well for the community and for the county. We have applied for over $1.5 million in CFA funding this past round. Many letters of support from Representative Hitchie and County Planning and the County Youth Bureau to enhance and provide more economic development through feasibility studies, preparing to do a downtown revitalization grant in October, bringing in more solar projects so that others can see how we are, focusing on utilizing unused spaces so that that can be utilized to bring back money into the community. So we are doing our part as well, even though we're still here after. So we want to show that, you know, this is a partnership and a collaborative in this space.
Again, fully in support, but a couple of things. I think Cooperstown would like a word when you talk about
Yeah,
the
no, I
gateway to the
definitely
county.
think there's. I'm just bringing about the terminology of getting, especially from a.
And that's a
Saying, I think we need to move this discussion,
It's
you know,
yes.
off and like, and pick up, you know, the,
because we are guided by different things.
yeah, we need to gather all the information and assess it and.
Yeah,
And see if we can path forward.
I also think it'd be a great idea to reach out to the city about shared services. I also think it would be a great idea to start thinking about maybe combining town and city, but that is another argument. for
That
another
was
time.
just something, that was nothing.
Another argument.
Okay.
We're putting a pin in that one, but I am saying that there is potential for shared services, but
Okay, Jim,
that
did
is
you have
beyond the
something you wanted to
Yes, I
say?
just want you to know that you may find this archaic and old, but I can tell you, over the span of the last 30 years, you're not the first ones from Oneonta to come and ask for this.
Oh.
It's been several times, so.
No, Greg, my predecessor, Greg, when I found in the paper, Greg Rowley, and he said, Ed, this is not the first time this has happened. So it must have been with Dan or Werner, we're here, whatever. So this conversation has occurred before. The point was this, I don't know if anyone else follows like Delaware County, but Delaware County's, all the mayors of the villages over there have been asking for the county to share sales tax with them because at this point, because there's not a city in Delaware County, they are not required to share the sales tax with any of the municipalities. Delhi, my understanding is Delhi is considering becoming a city to force the county to share sales tax. So it really is the city is the driver on this thing, but this has been looked at before, so.
And I do just have one other question, and this, because we're nearing the end of our time, but is it the kind of things that we think about countywide in terms of assessments and whether they're fair or not, like historically, that's how we decided to allocate the resources that we get. And as a county, so we're looking out for the county, if we, as Alan mentioned, like have to carve off less for some of the other outlying districts to give more to one, that those towns may now start struggling with like, well, now we don't have as much. So we're gonna, I'm wondering, and this is where I'm getting with this, is the added value that is getting put into the town. Where and how long will it take for that to show up as added value on your tax revenues that you're taxing these properties? So you have when we collect the tax bills, a certain amount of that is for town. So like if these properties are getting assessed higher because now they're improved, will that have enough of a floating up effect to give you any help? Should we not, however long this other process takes?
Yes, I mean, so there will be an income, like we would generate. It takes about 2 years, I believe, because you have to wait for the projects to be done and then it has to follow a whole year, and then it's assessed. And then you would have to wait for the tax bill, at the end of the year. So it would take some time, but again, that's just a tiny bit, right? Because like you're talking about like one property, right? Or because we're not building.
And this is
more.
really getting detailed, but some of those larger box stores are assessed at like dark level. And I know that the count that NISAC is trying to weigh in on the fact that they should be assessed at their real value rather than like the dark building, which is I think some of them aren't.
Some of them are barely anything.
Well,
Yeah,
and
so these are other things.
well, and I also shared with NISAC, the Association of Towns, coming in here realizing that the big box stores and most of the spaces in Southside every 3 years are going around asking for their properties to be reassessed under the formula. And it's not just a town of Oneonta issue, it's towns across all of the state. Don't fight it because they will end up spending taxpayer money on litigation fees. And so it's really like a loophole that, attorneys know so they can get quick pay. The county, the municipalities aren't gonna fight it. And so now, even though it's assessed at $500,000, you gotta go back down to the formula that you will agree on. And so you're losing money anyway, at the end of the day, even though you're, asking for that assessment. And we're hearing and seeing more exemptions being passed up at the state level, right? And so, that's more pressures that are going to be
A lot
coming
of
on
frustration.
to that, which rightfully so, others should have those exemptions. But again, the small towns are the ones facing it.
So they bring this to the Board of Assessment review, where they bring your tax request?
Board of Assessments, yeah,
You had the Board of Assessment review on the,
yeah.
Yep.
And we have pending litigation too with some states as well.
What's your equalization rate, right?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can get that.
I think we're at 90%.
I'll grab it for you right now.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
But it's, I mean, we're all in the same boat.
Yes,
I mean, we're all,
Have
we're all fighting for that same, I was hoping that, it's.
Going on to 70%, sorry.
70%.
70?
Just a little bit more. I mean, the more help we have to develop Southside, it's more tax revenue for everybody. It's a different, and it costs you more to do business every day.
Yes.
But find common
And I
ground.
hear
Yeah.
that, I understand that fully. But on the other side of the coin, two towns in my district just reevaluated within the last 2 years. So if their taxes go up even higher, they ain't gonna be happy.
And I'll just make hopefully a final point to
Okay.
address a lot of what Andrew was saying. I talked to Denise about these agreements, and I think maybe you could weigh in, like, an agreement, there has to be two members in an agreement. Like, I don't think the state can tell us we have to uphold this preemption the way it's written. Now, a city has the right to preempt. The county decides what the agreement of that preemption is. We're just asking to relook at that. I think this benefits all districts. And we're not asking to take from the small pots of the town of Exeter or Decatur. We are really trying to look at the context in 1996 and 1991, when this was originally written, is so different. Our entire economy as a nation has shifted, and where people buy things is not in the city anymore.
I don't think Walmart was even built.
It was not. All-Star Village came in the late 90s. So the things have shifted. The context is different. That's all we're asking for, is a reevaluation of the context of the agreement, and not saying preemption doesn't happen. Not trying to take from anyone's pots. It's just we have new context for this.
Yeah.
So today was, I think, the beginning of a discussion that I'm pretty sure will be continuing. I feel like I sense that the committee has an appetite to keep digging deeper into this and seeing what comes next. So we'll come up with some next steps and see where that lands us.
Yeah, thank you. Is there an opportunity for this to get brought up at the full county board as well?
I feel like I would rather guide it into another administration committee meeting and just so that we get kind of.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that, so I don't understand.
Before we go into that.
Have the law and, there's a lot of, like like how that the sales tax is assessed all across the county. I think for me, I having just this side of it come to the full board doesn't give
Sure.
it, yeah, I mean, you have to.
We have a lot of homework.
There's 13 other districts. I mean, I think we need all of our facts. We actually have like an actual.
100%. And that was the goal of this meeting.
Yeah.
Denise steered me here to kind of get the go ahead to look deeper into the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
And Alan already is, his side is
It is
diligent.
the amount of engine that the town of Olean is providing. No question about it.
And I just want to jump on that for real quick. It is huge, agreed. But we, and Amy and I have looked at this, we can't actually quantify that in a true number. We're taking guesses at this point because I get that sales tax data that by state law I'm not allowed to share with anybody. I can't show anybody what that data looks like. So I just give ideas, I just give estimates. But what we're finding is that more stores are popping up. So when it says something like Moravido has brought in this much sales tax this year. I don't know how much is Poniana's. I don't know how much is the Cooperstown one. I don't know how much is Unadilla one. So the only ones we can actually quantify are the big box stores, Walmart, Home Depot. That's really TJ Maxx. Those are the ones that we can say, yep, the town of Monia is that. But like Price Chopper, there's 2 Price Shoppers. So and they don't break it out by, which is the hard part. So you're absolutely right. It is a huge economic driver. We just can't say it's this much of, we can just take a best guess.
Yeah. And I just also want to share that I'm happy to do my part, if there's like a side group, happy to support it as well, just so that all know I'm here to put in the work too. And even just hearing us all talking about the large scale problem. I mean, maybe this is an opportunity to really look at, countywide services for local municipalities. I mean, I'm the HR provider. I'm, the chief exec, I'm everything. And I can't even imagine others that don't even have staff and having access to a planner or additional code officers or inspectors. I mean, could really change a lot of things. And so maybe that can just be a part of the conversation beyond this and just be opened up to all. So thank you all for your time and I appreciate it.
Oh, one more thing. Your last word, but almost putting out hypotheticals, if the city didn't exist, nothing would be preempted, right? And I believe that the county took all sales tax and that 24% was not dispersed. The town of Oneonta would benefit way greater than it does now from the current agreement. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, this has been very educational on many levels.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rivals. My favorite.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Thanks. You always bring out the big ideas. We got more work on it now. Good.
Think so?
Yeah.
No, they tend to be a picture.
Yeah, this is
Okay, we have Penny as our next agenda person.
Almost like we did approve, but somebody out there.
Yeah. One page.
Yeah, where's the job? Not there. All right, I know this is a very complex topic.
That worked well. Yeah.
That'll be the next conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll see you on.
What are you gonna do?
Joe, thank you, baby. Yeah, she's putting us on.
No. Okay.
This.
All right, could we turn our attention to our personnel officer, please?
Well, I don't understand.
There's been a change in the New York State judicial law, section 183A, and this applies to the district attorney in as much as their salaries are set based on that. And their New York State Supreme Court justices' salaries have increased by, I think it was 2%, and that would net out to a salary increase for the DA as well. And it would be set at $225,400 per year, retroactive to April 1, 2026. Should the county decide not to do that, they would lose reimbursement that they have for a greater portion of that salary. So that's always been our incentive to keep on keeping on.
That is a very significant incentive.
So I'm
Twisting there.
so I'm just requesting that we, in following this law, make the salary of the DA set at $225,400 effective April 1, and include any retroactive payments, which we will calculate based on after the resolution is passed. It's going to be around $1,800 that we would owe from back time from April till when the resolutions passed at the September board meeting. But I highly
Is that
recommend
in the
that we.
budget, do you know?
I'm sure that it's in the personal service line because they've had people kind of come and go within that department and they've got the, you know, flexibility in other budget lines within the department.
We should be able to accommodate both the back and the increased salary. But per my earlier comments, we need to watch all that toward the end of the year.
Still moved.
Second. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
That's it.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Goga, we are ready for your discussion. Which I also have Denise is still here.
think she's gonna be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could just, yeah. So you can get started. She and I have definitely been talking about this. So go ahead and we can
I mean, it's
introduce that
pretty-
idea.
It's pretty straightforward. The DEC has a program, especially for land bank. Oh, the
Yes.
DEC has a program for land banks that basically when you go, the typical thing that happens when you have a buried oil tank, some of you might be familiar. I know some people are involved with construction and things. But basically the rule is if you find it or if you're in the title at some point, you're responsible partly for cleaning it up, even if you didn't create it. And unfortunately, what happens with a lot of the land bank properties we have is they often have reasons that people don't want them, including buried tanks. So we have a situation in Milford where 69 West Main Street, which was a demo that we did, has 4 unregistered tanks. And yeah, there's at some point, I think it was a garage, so you have done car repair. And so he also had, it looks like some sort of basic filling station. We had another situation in Carlisle, which is over in Schoharie County, where somebody in the 70s had installed a 15,000 gallon gasoline tank to be able to hedge against the price of gas, and it's full. So when you get a building like that, even if we were to, yeah,
Can we use
unfortunately, it's not all gasoline. But what happens is if you're in, so even if we were to sell the property, and even if we don't know that the tank exists or we ignore the fact that there might be a tank, we could be held for part of the cleanup if DEC comes back to it. We had a big example of this in Montgomery County with Beech Nut. So Beech Nut was assessed at $4 million, and they sold to a company for $200,000. They sold the site, but it was like a deal where it's like no responsibility, nothing, and the company's name was like JL's Scrap Metal, So what they did is then they went in and they started like taking down all these old metal buildings, but it turned out they all had asbestos throughout them. So what happened is the DEC came in, they said, stop work. Then they paid somebody to clean up the whole site properly, and they sent Beech Nut a bill because they said selling your property for nothing is not, abrogating you of your responsibility. So what the DEC has done is for situations where there's a responsible party, i.e. the county and the land bank that want to get these things cleaned up, what they have is this consent decree where what it does is if you sign, and become a party to the consent decree, any sites within the county that we work on, what it does is basically, unless we make the situation worse, like we cause a spill or we try to hide something and then later we're found out, it holds us harmless for any possible cleanup and damages and things like that. What it does ask for is that if we end up, if it makes like, let's say a brownfield, a much better, more saleable site, that we do include the DEC on their costs. And the DEC, if you've ever worked with them, they can tell you going back to like 1955, you know, how many times they've been to a site, what they've done, how much they spent. And as a taxpayer funded entity, they have a responsibility to try and recoup those costs. So a lot of these sites never see any proceeds or never see any profits, but DEC always keeps, you know, in the back pocket, this expenses they have. But now if we go into 69 West Main in Milford, we clean it up, there's no cost for DEC, we do it all, then there's nothing for them to go after. But it basically holds us in a position where we're not going to be, unfortunately, in a lot of these cases where we're looking for or find a tank that wasn't known there. One example is if you went in like 69 West Main, we only knew because when we brought in the excavators to do the demolition of the house, that there were tanks there because a neighbor, an old timer down the block, came over and he said, hey, you might not want to run those bulldozers over that area of the site because what can happen is those old tanks, they can collapse, you know, and in which case, if that had happened in the old, you know, before the consent decree, if we didn't do or don't do it, we would be responsible if that then pushed out liquid because of the weight of the excavator, then we would have to pay to get all that soil mitigated. And it would be our responsibility. Whereas if we aren't, the DEC has something called the spill fund, where it's funded by fees that everybody pay, that they'll come in and they will take charge of a site and they will mitigate it. You know?
So totally, just to understand.
Sure.
So would them mitigating it be plan B? Plan A would be like, we mitigate it
always-
and don't have any
yeah.
problems.
Always plan A is us doing the work.
But this agreement, is this agreement to allow for there to be a plan B in case we do have a spill or a mess up?
No, there will always be a plan B if there, you know, if there is an accident or a spill or something like that, where the DEC can always come in and they can take over a site. The difference is if we're shown to be working in good faith with an intent to clean it up, they won't bill us. Because if the spill fund comes in, they'll clean it up. Let's say it's 100,000, then they'll turn around and they'll say, here's a bill.
Okay.
You pay us the 100.
To us.
Yeah.
This agreement is not in place.
Yeah.
To the land bank or to the?
Well, both are liable because it went through the foreclosure process.
Oh.
Right.
So that's why, yeah, and that's why they want the county to always be a party, because basically it insulates both entities.
Right.
Because otherwise they could spend, I mean, they told me about some cases where they've spent 30 years trying to go after somebody to get money on some of these sites. And what it does is it prevents them from being redeveloped even after they're cleaned up. You know, there's one in Herkimer County where, you know, it was 20 years ago, the building collapsed and there was a spill, you know.
Okay, now.
But then you're saying that they, like, that this agreement wasn't in place to kind of help.
This is a fairly new thing.
Yeah,
It was first developed on the Suffolk Land Bank because they do a lot of hazardous sites. And the DEC, there's actually an attorney, Jennifer Doherty, that's from Herkimer County originally, but now she's a pretty high up attorney at DEC. She came up with the agreement. She's really been terrific to work with. But her angle is instead of dealing with this on a case by case basis, which is what I have to do now when these sites come up, I got to call the DEC, I got to beg forgiveness. I didn't know there was 4 tanks and whatever. She wants to get this blanket agreement in place in more places so that there's an orderly process where we can work together instead of like trying to, you know, look the other way. We didn't know.
I wondered if Denise.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know enough about it. I've started looking into it. I did speak with Jennifer.
Oh yeah, she's really great.
And there are a couple other like there's a time limit. They give you 4 years for you to be able to do what you need to do to get this.
Yeah. Don't worry.
And then, and it's my understanding that there'll be a fee for $1,000 per property. Is that correct?
We have a waiver for some of the fees and land banks are special, but I
Well, the
mean,
county will have a fee.
Yeah.
You may not, but
Uh-huh.
I believe the county will have a fee for both the spill fund and the DEC, I think. But I'm in the early stages of this, so at this point, I would ask that we give it some time to look through this some more. And I can connect with Jennifer, and she's referred me to person who
maybe Wyoming.
well, no, she referred me to somebody in Broome County, but she also referred me to Jessica, who manages this.
Oh, yeah, we had the call. Yeah. So Jessica, Jennifer and I had a call.
So I
Yeah.
haven't had a chance to speak with
Yeah.
Jessica. And she did refer me to Broome County, and I did some independent research about Suffolk, and there was
Yeah.
Onondaga County and a few other counties that have
Yeah.
worked with us. So I would say begin the discussion now, continue to look into it, and then we can revisit it in the future.
Yeah.
Well, with I'm personally, I'd like a little more of a concrete timeframe. I don't want like a
I would say next month we can bring this forward.
I just want to.
Yeah.
And that's what Denise and I spoke of last night, when we talked about this,
Yeah.
it seemed like we knew Total was coming today, and his presentation on the real benefit to the land bank is, I think, very clear. But to understand what the county also might be held to as a responsibility is just part of what we wanted to know more fully.
Yeah.
And the timeline would be to present next month.
Yeah. And I mean, a couple of things, if I could add, so I didn't see about the fee, but I'm sure, I'll look through it some more, so I'm better prepared, for that side of it. But I mean, in the big scheme of things, just for the assessment, I think maybe when you're out of the room, I was talking about in Carlisle, in Scary County, we have a site where there's 15,000 a gallon gasoline tank that was installed in the 70s, surreptitiously to, store gas when the prices were really high. But now we've ended up with the property through tax foreclosure through the county. I'll tell you, just the assessment for that site is $36,000. So while $1,000 may seem like a lot, relative, I mean, the beach net cleanup cost was like 2 million, and that was just asbestos. So, it could be a
There's
big,
definite benefit to it. I just think we want to understand.
Sure,
everything
absolutely.
Fully.
yeah,
And just on a side note, the village of Milford, I think, is the current title holder of
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
building. And for them to be able to get grants and things to do the cleanup as well. If this agreement is in place, it opens the door for them to have a much easier time. Is that a fair way to?
yeah, because there's always, I mean, the attention to do well is always there when you're doing a cleanup like this. But let's say you do something like your excavator, you're going in with a claw and the tank gets punctured and something leaks and it just, for everybody's sake, I think it helps to have that peace of mind that you're not gonna have.
Big bill coming.
Yeah,
The town of Milford, or
the village,
The
it's
village
the
of
village, yeah.
did the county ever own that property?
Well, it went through tax foreclosure. So the way that that's often transferred, you'd know better than me, is usually not going through the county's hands. But I believe DEC does have some sort of a way of looking at it is if it went through a process and an assessment wasn't done, but that would be a question for Jennifer
Okay.
and Jessica.
Is that the Crowley place or that, what place is that?
Might be, I don't know his name, but I think he founded Slugger, maybe, like the old brewery, is it
It's
yeah.
It's across from the old school.
Yeah, there's a father and then his son inherited it, and then the son passed away.
It's train station like that.
No, it's on the other side of the town. It's, where the old school, right?
I went to high school, yeah.
Backs up to the cemetery, the cemetery is right behind it.
I just wonder when we revisited it, the language about the $1,000 fee to just clarifying. Is that it seems to only apply to the specific property, so getting clarification on That, or is it every property? I mean.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a one-time thing. I can clarify.
I think it's every property.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
can,
Jennifer told me and
I
that's
can-
a little more recent.
yeah, I
But
can
is it-
ask her
is
to
it every
clarify.
property that this moving forward, that's.
So how I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
I
because
don't, I'm not entirely sure
Okay.
myself.
But you would have a list of properties that are going to be eligible for that to be considered in this. And any of those properties, you would, I think, once that property sells, or then you would pay.
But only ones that we know have fuel tanks, or every single property?
I don't think it's every single property. I think it's every property that's considered in this small list of properties.
Like brownfield site.
Yeah, so not every property.
And it's a 4-year window, only good
it's a
for.
From when you start with that property,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you can ask for 1-year extension, there's 4 years, and then you can ask for a year extension.
Yeah, their goal is to get it cleaned up, but
Right,
they,
and not have
yeah.
it go on forever.
Correct, yeah.
To our advantage,
Yeah.
but just understanding the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the risk associated with, I know that there's no, never an intent to make things worse, but if they are made worse, then the county becomes responsible for any of that cleanup.
So. Well, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I mean,
Wrap it up?
maybe,
Well,
maybe Denise, maybe we could do a call together
Yeah,
with
that'd be great.
Jen and Jessica and just ask about, some of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming down today.
sure, of
Yeah,
course,
I'm
yeah.
glad to have you.
Yeah, and I can give it, I was hoping Representative McCarty was gonna be here. Because we do have a developer that is interested in 20 Lake Street. Which, as I think we're all familiar, this would be our 5th potential buyer. It's a challenging property. And we're going back and forth a little on the work. So we have committed to doing the asbestos abatement, which is about 200,000, because there is quite a bit of plaster with asbestos. But right now we're haggling over whether we could also do the roof. So we're trying to figure that out. But the good news is they've put together a pro forma and a budget, for the performance. And they think that their numbers pencil out, but they're a little under, as far as, the roof costs. So they've done a couple visits out. They've been going through the building. They've successfully redeveloped some buildings in Herkimer County that are larger. So it's promising, and hopefully we'll have some more news on that in the near future.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you ever call Aiden
Oh, I did not.
Milford?
In
Not Milford,
Gilbertsville.
Oh, Gilbert's.
Yeah. So we do need to talk about that. Can't even remember exactly what the issue was, but we can. I will talk to.
So the
Abe.
issue
I
is,
think I thought we had sorted it out with the
I don't
barn.
think so. Just he keeps asking me about it.
Okay.
Supposedly, they're lacking an agreement between you and the village.
What happened is, and I forwarded this back to Aiden, is they had voted on the agreement and passed it a year, well, now it's like 14 months ago. And I don't know whether he misplaced it. I forwarded it back to him. So I could follow up with him about that, but we absolutely did. And now the attorney, our attorney, Hyde Clark, actually sent him another agreement, for them. But I also sent back with it the resolution that they passed, because around that time they were transitioning from Nathan to Aiden. And so I think part of that is maybe some paperwork wasn't communicated in the meantime. But I have the actual minutes with the resolution that was passed, I think May 2025. And I sent it back.
He's saying that he's hearing nothing from your attorney, so I don't know.
Right now, my attorney's on vacation, but we definitely did send him
This is
an
pretty much
update.
ongoing, because
Yeah,
Representative Wilbur brought this to my attention.
Yeah.
Sorry to say a month ago, but
Mhm.
yeah, so.
Yeah, but I also, not to get into he said, she said, but again, I asked the clerk from the village for the minutes for the meeting where they passed the resolution. Then I sent it back to Aiden. So, I mean,
Okay,
literally.
Did you commit to getting that resolved?
Sure, oh yeah, absolutely, I'd love to. So, yeah,
Thanks. And, thank
yeah, absolutely. Anything else?
Okay,
Okay, thanks. Ann.
thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, for October.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Rob O'Brien.
Oh, that's me.
Oh,
He's,
okay. Oh,
He's having, yeah. We look a lot like. He's having some, things he has to deal with at the moment.
okay.
He's requesting an amendment to resolution 350-202-51105, which awarded the Butternuts Power Site road installation project to Burles Excavating. Work had been completed after the 90-day contract, and while the project is complete, we're not able to pay them without an amended contract. So he's requesting that that contract be amended to June 1st of 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion? Okay, hearing no questions or discussion, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta.
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
He is now requesting authorization to move forward with the CAD upgrade project utilizing Tyler Technologies off of the New York State OGS PL 1095-202-10325 in the amount not to exceed 600,000 out of our next gen 911 grant line 3020-547865.
So moved.
Questions or discussion on the CAD upgrade project?
Both were approved in PSLA. Both of those.
We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta.
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, Representative Wilbur. We will go on to Alan Barnes, the compliance program. You're here.
Yeah, so we can.
Right up.
Okay, so my first request is to approve the next three compliance policies. Excluding and sanctioned screening, that's how we screen all new employees to make sure that they're not excluded from Medicare, Medicaid related programs. And we do that on a monthly basis as well as when vendors or employees. Policy development policy, which basically states that every policy comes before admin and the board to get initial approval. We review them annually, and then if there's any changes, they come back. And False Claims Act and whistleblower protections, which makes sure that we have training and screening in place for everyone, that they have the ability to report fraud and protection from retribution.
Those are pretty
Yeah.
weighty.
I could move it.
I'll second it. Can
Okay.
you just clarify again, so we had this discussion at PRGS, with Isaiah about and he was a part of it, the, employee intranet. And so these policies, is Isaiah posting them on the employee intranet? Or where are these policies going? If they're not going there, then we need to make sure they go there.
Yes, all of the policies go currently to, there is a compliance program page that everyone can get to directly from the main Otsego County webpage.
Okay.
Or from the county administrator
Can
webpage.
we consolidate that, Alan? Because we're working through this significant section of policies. Have you seen that on the internet?
I have, so we could add them there also. We would still have to leave them where they exist currently as well, because we need to have the ability for non-employees to see them.
Got it.
So vendors, people that are clients at mental health, et cetera, so.
Can we make sure that they're populated on the internet?
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe whatever, maybe there's like a compliance section that Isaiah could add and just, in the laundry list of.
That makes sense to have them in both places. So if someone looks in one place, there's a comprehensive list of everything. And our
It just-
vendors and things have to see them separately.
Yeah, and it just seems with all the work that's going into these policy documents that they really should be in that intranet kind of.
I agree. I think that completely makes sense, and I'll work with Isaiah to get that up there. I don't think that should be difficult for him to add that section.
And so
Thank
the motion was for the exclusion and sanction screening, the false claims and the policy development policy. All those are all compliant.
Yeah, they are. Yes.
Okay. All right. And you made the motion and there was a second. Is there any further discussion? And we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur, Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, we have adopted those compliance policies successfully. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Next thing is to appoint Isaiah Gibbs as our HIPAA privacy and security officer, replacing Christian Sapp.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Please agree to that on this.
He has, yeah, he thought it would be a better fit for him to be in this position, so he is willingly taking it upon himself.
Okay. We will go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Okay, and the last thing is, at last month's meeting, I mentioned, perhaps sticking with Bonadio for November and December. Their contract currently ends at the end of October. I would need a motion, to continue with them, extend the contract for those 2 months. Currently, we have budgeted, $3,500 a month, which is what their existing contract is. We could do the motion for $3,500 a month. I don't have a quote from them yet. We could maybe bump it up a little bit to $4,000 a month in case they come in a little bit higher, because these rates are from 3 years ago. And if, they fall within that limit, we'll do the extension, and if not, we'll just start our new contract November
$4,000 for the extension of 2 months.
Second.
And that's $4,000 per month
month.
for 2 months.
Correct.
Okay. And that's your motion and then your second. So we're up to date on that. Okay, questions or further discussion on this? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Great, thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks, Alan. Nice to see you again.
Yes, you too.
Take care. Okay. Isaiah.
Good morning, everyone. I have a couple items on the agenda for you today. I'm requesting permission for a 12-month renewal with Sidara MDR. This is coming out of the account code A1680546-400, not to exceed $33,256.22.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion? Hearing none, we will go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. My second item is I have a request for verbal approval for an item. We are hoping to set up a new subscription with Plural Site Skills Training. And what this is continuing education for technical IT services for our team here. It's coming out of the IT training budget. We have plenty of funds in there, and it's not to exceed $6,018.76.
So moved.
Questions or discussion on the training? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini. Marietta,
Yes.
Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
All right, my third item doesn't require anything. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I had asked to do a presentation for PaperCut, which is a printing software this month. That did not work out. It took us a lot longer to kind of get a handle on how many MFDs and printers we had out in the county. We do have over 180 printers, which is essentially one printer for every two people in the county right now. So we're working on consolidating that and finding a better solution and spreading the printers out more. So if you don't have any questions on that, I'm not sure if we're going to do a presentation. I'm pretty sure I can justify going with this software based on how many printers we have. But if you don't have any questions for me, that's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Isaiah, any questions? Hearing no questions, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Great, thank you very much. And we will go to Denise. Agenda. Is your entire agenda
Is executive session.
is gonna be an executive session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Discuss litigation.
It's for medical
You know, it's the litigation.
litigation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One is that. Oh, D, discussions regarding proposed pending or current litigation. Is there a motion to go into executive session for that reason?
So move.
And we're going to invite in county administrator and county attorney.
And Monica will be entering when she is finished. Okay. I would also ask that we invite Scott Quisnell from Durbin and Filazzo.
By phone. Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are now in executive session. Okay, we are back at the administration committee meeting. We're going to entertain a vote to return to open session.
So moved. With a
Second.
question,
With a question,
do we have quorum?
just confirm we have quorum. I believe we do
I think we do. I just want to make sure.
with my numbers.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Okay.
Didn't want to sell it forth and then.
Okay, all those in favor, did we had a motion in a second?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're now back in open session. We will have Susan let us, public defender. Thanks.
The first item is just to give an update on revenues. To date, we've received 1.1 million. We do have a claim that we've sent in for almost 500,000 that we're waiting on. So when we get that back, we'll be at 1.56 million. And it's highlighted on the agenda because it's the most that we've ever received in a year. In a budget cycle, and we still have more to claim this year. So it's just something we're very pleased about. So the next item is a motion to approve a lease agreement at 189 New Street for a 5-year term, subject to ILS funding, which we did get confirmation that they were fine with the 5 years.
Okay.
I actually said 5 years plus 3 months because if we start at October 1st, then let's do the 3 months in this year and then have a nice 5 years. So it finishes at the end of a budget cycle and at the end of a grant cycle.
Second.
And
Okay, so this is for the lease.
Yes.
I do have a question. Will we be sharing the services with Delaware County?
so they're not at this time, and I don't know if we need to go into a closed meeting for it or not, but we did discuss it in executive session at PSLA. There were some changes, and the door is still open. Maybe in the future, I think that could happen, but right now we've readjusted our budget to just have Otsego County, just money involved, not local dollars, but the
As long as the
funds from
ILS
ILS.
funding is still in
Yeah.
place for us to go ahead as us.
It's a much different program. That's why there's a part-time managing attorney on this agenda too, but
It's nothing we can't change later.
Right, as long as the door is open for that later on. I don't
But at this
feel
time,
we
it
need
didn't
to
work
go
out.
into a deeper dive in this committee. We can take the advisement of what PSLA has decided and go with that. So we can vote on the lease agreement. Go ahead.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
the second item is something that PSLA had approved some time ago, and then this position got put on pause. It's to create, fund, and fill an assigned council program coordinator position. Now, with the most recent adjustments to the ACP program, this is not something that we would actually look to fill right now. But if we were going to have a regional program, then this position would come back into play. And so PSLA their thinking was, and I agree, that it's better to have your tools in your toolbox ready to go. And so that's why this is, being proposed. We do not have the funding for this right now with just if it was Otsego County only. So the intention is not to actually fill this position. We won't post it or anything. It's just if we were to, reroute and go back with a regional program, then this would be ready to go.
So wait a second, talking about if we go back again with Delaware County, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think that ship sailed, so.
Do you think that we could create it and then fund it and fill it at a later time? Should that
That, yeah,
occur?
because
Like, if we
budgetarily,
just create it?
yeah.
It's fine with me. Like, we could always come back.
Yeah.
Because the funding of it might be a joint effort, if at that point we do have them on board with us.
Yeah, I would
We
not
could
be
fund it in a different way.
comfortable funding it at the moment, but
Didn't we talk about, create?
So for the part-time managing attorney, we did create fill. And PSLA had months ago had approved create fund fill for a sign count for the coordinator, and that's why I just kept it the same on this one. So that could be changed.
I think, didn't we talk about creating it, so it's there, you just have to find it. Something like that, okay. Yeah, I think it was create,
That's fine.
put the position in place.
Right, and then that way it's there, and we can just make sure it doesn't ever get swept away when
Right.
they're taking away positions that are there but not filled.
So create only, cross out fund and cross out
Mhm.
fill.
Right.
Okay.
I will use that. Unless I've already moved it. Hard to say anymore.
People to go.
So moved.
There. And we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? More to come at some future date, possibly, or possibly not. Okay, we are ready to vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta absent, Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that one passes.
The next item is to create and fill an assigned council program part-time managing attorney. Subject to personnel approval. This is still with personnel.
So moved.
Second, and then a question. So how can we fill it without funding it?
Right now, from what I understand, right now, the full-time position is it's created. Funded.
Yeah, we moved the
And-
money.
And, yeah,
So when
Now,
this
this
change of
allows
position will be,
post-
is a position being abolished to do this, and you can just check yes, because the full-time one would be abolished.
I don't think it is, because I think the plan was to have to repost it, and if we get the full-time,
Exactly.
great, we get rid of the part.
Oh,
Part-time.
We're gonna fund one or the other.
Oh, okay.
And there's some up in the air right now. There's a possibility that not only we might come around with Delaware, but we also might come around with ILS possibly too. So
yeah. That's kind of why, like, trying to keep our options open, just generally. Not that we're gonna hire like all these different positions or anything. It's just.
otherwise, there's no sense in leasing the office if we don't have.
There was just a lot of changes within a very short period of
Right.
time too. I think even while we were discussing this last week, the full-time position was still posted because we had posted it again. So it's just. And I haven't gotten any applicants. I'm not sure if personnel got anything.
So we're doing, creating and filling assigned council program part-time managing attorney. We had a motion.
So you can only have one part-time, but you can only have one managing attorney.
Right.
So it's either gonna be full-time or part-time. Pending on what,
So-
What? Depending on what?
depending on how it works out.
So what did you mean when you said we might be getting along with ILS now?
We always get along with it.
No, not get along. It might be, you haven't got an answer yet. It might be only small part.
Oh,
We don't know that.
So what if what if the full-time one gets an applicant and the part-time one doesn't?
Well, in either case, the board has to interview them because they're a department head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the board has to interview one or the other.
Okay.
So that.
We finalize the budget more
Correct.
with ILS and,
Neither one can be hired without the board interviewing them, so, because
Okay.
they're department head.
But there is a difference in cost
Yes.
between full-time and part-time.
Correct.
But
Right
since
now,
that
we have
can be covered
approval.
by ILS.
Right
anyway.
now, we have approval for full-time. We may switch that. The full-time is,
well, the full-time was with the regional program.
that's correct, but it's funded and everything. So. Worst case scenario, it's gonna go to the lesser, or I mean, the best case.
Okay.
So it just gives flexibility because right now we're in the middle of, we don't know what.
Trying to sort where we are with our partners. All right. And are we ready to vote on this? I do understand that I would like to see when we finally do get it, if we have to abolish some positions.
But one's gonna end up being, because you can't have two managing attorneys.
All right. We'll go to a vote.
Okay.
Oh,
Kennedy?
is there another question?
Thought you were wanting.
Okay, we're voting. Yes, I'm saying yes.
McCarty, absent. Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta, absent. Powers.
Right.
Okay, so that, we said yes to that, it is approved, you have about as much flexibility as you possibly need at this point, I hope.
The next item is to approve a lease of a county vehicle for our department. And also to approve and authorize the current advocate in our department to use the vehicle, if necessary, to and from work, depending on like the needs of.
So, yeah, so kind of similar to what we just did with the district attorney's office
Yeah, because they,
and ILS will fund this vehicle.
Funded by ILS 100%, and the insurance, we've gotten the numbers for that. So
Yeah, and should we mention that, instead of just buying something brand new or leasing something brand new, there's some vehicles that are underutilized by the county already, so we may just take over one of those and then move forward that way.
And that's
So we're
It's all subject to budget decisions.
but the bottom line is that the grant funding will pay for it, no matter
Yes.
where it comes. So I confidently into this.
Yeah.
And we did have.
So I'll motion that.
Second, okay. Any other questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy?
Just one point. What was happening was not mentioned here is some of the attorneys were driving people in their personal cars.
That's not.
Not a good idea.
Good idea.
No.
Okay, so I'm still voting yes. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
McCarty, absent. Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta, absent. Powers.
Okay, that motion passes. Okay.
the next item is to create, fund, and fill a legal secretary position in the public defender's office and unfund the paralegal position. It's fully funded by a DJS block grant for both salary and fringe.
So moved. Yeah,
Questions or discussion?
this was included in PSL.
Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McCarty, absent. Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini?
Aye.
Marietta, absent. Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Next item is to contract with ILS to accept funds for the office modernization grant with ILS. It is in the amount of $292,000. The term is July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2028, with a possible 1-year extension.
Okay, do you have a motion to,
So moved.
Second.
could you explain this a little bit?
Yep.
Thanks.
So we had applied, this was a competitive grant that we applied for. The purpose of the grant is to modernize and like upgrade infrastructure in any for the criminal defense or family defense providers in a county. So we applied for some expenses in the PD's office and some expenses in the assigned counsel program, because that's a brand new office that, you know, would need some things probably to get started. So the big expense for the PD's office in this grant is that fiber will be installed to our office, which will help tremendously with the internet access, with the amount of videos you download and
Your kind of data, all
Yeah.
that stuff that's associated with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
that is.
thanks. Okay, anything else before we vote? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McCarty, absent. Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini?
Aye.
Marietta, absent. Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Then this is just some some information just about some of the grants that we're working with now. Our main grant, the statewide grant, it's gonna be extended to the end of 2027. ILS is trying to have their grant cycles match with budget cycles. So they're going to include extra funding for that. The current family defense grant, that one is also going to be extended. There'll be additional funding with that. There's going to be another competitive grant coming out that we are looking forward to seeing if, we should apply for. We have some ideas for family court related matters. So we'll bring that to committee when we know more about it. And then just generally, ILS announced they're increasing their distribution grant, their next distribution grant, 10.6%. So that's good. The next item is just an announcement, the county's aligning health and safety initiative that we had applied for in conjunction with community services. We submitted that. That's not a grant, it's just for technical assistance to address some behavioral health sorts of related issues for incarcerated individuals. We hope to hear back on that soon. We did ask for letters of support from many different departments, and we got most departments were very supportive of it. Discussion item is an update to the county plan of representation for county law. So when we had some staffing changes recently, I was looking for the most recent county plan that sort of spells out how the county provides representation in all the various courts in the county. And it looks like we haven't updated it since 2013. I did include the old resolution so you can see on paper what our county plan is right now. And it clearly needs to be updated because it says the public defender's office isn't the primary source of representation in, I don't know, about 15 different towns. I wanted to do a little bit more research and homework before just coming up with a new resolution. I wanted to see what other counties, like how they sort of structured it, especially because we're creating an assigned counsel program and we don't need to rush it. We're still covering all the courts. This isn't stopping us from providing coverage. So I hope to bring a proposed resolution through next month.
Thanks, Susan.
And then the last item is just to keep everybody aware of credit card purchases. We have all the receipts for these. So the way that I go about reporting on credit cards is I take the most recent statement and I put it right in the agenda so that we'll never miss something. And if you ever need more information about any of this, then we can start providing it.
Thank you, Shannon. I like your credit, your credit card. I don't see those things. Well, having been double charged, it's great being caught. Yes. So, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Hi, Tammy, we are ready for you.
Good morning. Just requesting to transfer $4,000 from our contracts line to our personal emergency response service line. We continue to see significant increased demand in those units for our older adult population. And that funding should help us get through the rest of the year. With that, we are putting people on a wait list. However, because we obviously don't have more than that right now to put into the line. So we are working to figure out if there will be funding that we can put in for 2027 budget to release that wait list.
So moved, second.
Okay, questions or discussion for Tammy?
Can you just let us know what kind of calls, like what does this cover?
This is, you see the terrible commercials on TV that say I've fallen and I can't get up. So essentially this service, we contract with Connect America, who provides the call center and the units, for installation. So there's various units that are available. I would say we spend between $17 and $20 per person. So it's the most affordable service that we provide. And I always kind of consider it our gateway service, if you will, and that this is sometimes a way for people to begin introductory to us, and we will, assess and screen them for other services. But this is sometimes the first way that we make contact with an older adult before more services are needed. So it is a great service to have. For those that can afford to purchase their own, we obviously encourage them to do that and provide a private list. But this is the population who either can't get them through Medicaid or, have incomes typically around $2,000 or less a month to be able to even afford them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we can vote.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McCarty, absent. Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta, absent. Powers?
Okay, that motion passes.
Hey, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Building services. Yeah. Well.
My first item is seeking to renew the contract with Constellation Energy to the electric rate for all Otsego County. And buildings or Public Works approved 47-month track. And 109. And that is approximately a 25% increase over our current rate now, which is 87, which we've been locked in for the last 3 years, and that contract will end December 15th. So, and you're not approving the 109, that could change time the September 2nd meeting. It's a market.
Oh, got it.
Steve and I have been getting a weekly update for a long time, and they're all over the place.
Fair to
They
say,
seem to be going out.
we would be locking ourselves into 47 months, but it might be not 109.
It might not. It might be a little less, or well, yesterday it was 108. I have.
Okay. So whatever
This
rate.
was yesterday's number. So moved.
Questions or discussion on the rate, on the contract? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McCarty, absent. Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta, absent. Powers?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Want to discuss the proposed emergency replacement of rooftop unit number 6 over the PSDA wing for an amount not to exceed $53,900, and a proposal to replace the adjacent B wing rooftop unit number 7 at the same time. This would limit the impact of shutting down the jails during the rooftop unit replacements. Will just be one shutdown. I've been working with the sheriff with this.
So what time, what's the total cost?
So,
We need a motion.
so, yeah.
I'll motion.
So the total cost for both the units would be, I don't have it in writing yet, a verbal on the high side, 90,000. I should have that tomorrow.
Oh, so that would be a slight savings.
So that would be like a almost an $18,000 savings if you just.
So he does have to shut down
and a double.
He does have to shut down the jail.
Right.
Sheriff has been in contact with
He
COC
has.
and he reports that they're willing to work with us, but he needs to get the schedules pretty precisely clear, and we need to get this.
Yeah.
Tim,
We might not only have to shut it only a half at a time, especially doing it during the shoulder season. Okay. Which is opportune in, mid-October, and you order these units today, and they're 3 to 5 weeks out, which puts us in that window.
My opinion is get them done, but they're gonna work with us.
Yeah.
Because you.
And
Telling you,
prevents the possibility of emergency relief.
Yes.
in the middle of the winter, you don't need that.
Yeah.
Look which happened in December with the other 2 units. And by the way, I had there's 4 units and a makeup unit, total 5 units. I had it in my decision package for 2027. For a total of, on the high side, for a total of 270,000. So this would come off of that decision package request.
So by the time that these are actually put in, we may be paying them out of January or next year's money anyway.
No, so that's the next thing. It would have to be contingency money.
How much is out of contingent, do you think, all of it or some of?
90,000, yeah.
All right,
Could be 85. I'll have the solid numbers tomorrow.
Can we replace that money? I know you're not replacing it in the contingent, but contingent affects general fund, right? You replace that next year?
we cannot ask for as much next year as we would have to in the absent. We're just kind of moving it forward.
Okay.
And, like we talked about earlier, we've got maybe still about $1 million or so in contingent right now after this and some of the other things we've discussed here today. So, and I think you made that point, Dan, it's August. It's almost at the end of August. So we do have the big expenditure months, but we're pushing back on people and they are responding pretty well.
Good.
Everyone understands our situation.
So a motion that we replace both units.
Second.
Okay, do we need to talk about contingency at this time? That you would.
I think this is a emergency, so.
Okay, yeah. it is.
So I did put up the email chain for the emergency replacement. And there has been no nays on it. They're waiting for this, for all the information to come in. So it hasn't been officially declared that by Denise and Dan Hammer.
Regarding procurement,
Yeah,
that's.
right.
So is this going for a resolution at the full board?
I suspect it
Wouldn't
needs.
Yeah,
have
no,
to.
yes, it would need to go at some point to the.
You'll
full
need
board.
a public works meeting right before the board.
I got one scheduled.
Okay. You man.
Then, in that case, I go ahead and do the transfer from contingency.
So is that a second motion though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or we can amend the resolution to say.
All right, so
funding will be from-
I'll amend my motion then to do that. All right, so I'll amend my motion to replace both units A and B and take the money out of contingency.
And I will second that, or re-second
Okay.
as
And
amended.
then.
I will.
ready to vote.
Yeah.
Kennedy?
Okay, yes.
Harvey absent Wilbur? Martini? Marietta absent Powers?
Okay, that motion passes.
Will you have a special admin?
So you just did that,
Do
so
it.
I don't think
Okay.
we'll need to.
I don't have to transfer.
Public Works, I mean, a special Public Works.
Yes,
And he says he's already got that scheduled.
But I do have a schedule.
but if you do it, it turns out you do need,
Still need to have you.
yes,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
But
One final item that popped up this morning, it is a budget transfer. Moving funds from A 1630 to 5,000 metal renovations to budget code PSP public
PSP contracts, A 1629.549,000 for amount of $3,974. This is for a budgeted repair of the public safety building generator issue we've had for the last 18 months. We budgeted last year. And
So move.
Second. Any questions or discussion on the transfer?
Budget repair or budget replace?
repair with contract. Yeah.
Question, has the treasurer signed off on the form?
He has, and
Thank
he made a notation, this will need a resolution.
Yeah.
And now you're here.
Yeah.
We're getting your
That's what,
resolution.
I did that at
Okay.
8:55 this morning.
Okay. Very good. Okay. We are ready to vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent, Wilbur,
Right.
Martini, Marietta, absent, Powers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Good. Okay.
Do you know when they were over again? You
What's that?
do Department of Health need to?
They're after Steve at 12:35.
Oh, thank you.
Does
Okay.
Steve. The slides, the physical copy of the slides, who maybe didn't bring it from last time. I know it gave, Representative Martini a copy that I didn't have one previously, but anybody who received the packet before, I have extra copies about the physical.
Oh, I think we can, I'll just want to. Okay.
All right. We have sent to everybody, I think yesterday, a pretty hefty package about this plan for the whole campus. There are 3 documents. One is the revised RFP with the suggestions from Public Works primarily. And that's the main thing, because unless we hear any new suggestions or opposition, I'm gonna go probably on Monday, ship it over to Dan Hammer, ask for his comments, and get the RFP going. So that's one document. There's a second document that's, I think, is close to 50 pages. It is a memo from me, basically to Public Works, explaining in excruciating detail, perhaps, all of the issues associated with with developing the farm. It's pretty complicated, both planning and fiscally. You're welcome to spend a lot of quality time with that, but I would recommend you not do so. Probably depends on your social life. But it may be useful by the time we select a firm to help us develop this plan. And I'm hoping that will happen November, December-ish of this year. I've also provided a deck, which you see here, that is just a summary of this. And I know at least several of you have already been through this presentation. I think Jim wasn't the first one about an hour and a half. No, I'm sure it wasn't. But I will fly through this. So let's quickly go to the first page or the next page. That's what I just talked about. Let's go to the next one. This is just a little history of Otsego County major capital projects. It may seem to some people that we never build any big projects. In fact, the last one we built was the jail 36 years ago. But
that's kind of incorrect, because we did build the nursing home and sold it, but we did build that too, so.
Yeah, I'm not listing all of them, but that was the last one that I could find. Post up to 1991. For this site, all three projects, the jail, fire training, and the highway, were in the capital plan as top projects, but none of them were funded, no approval going forward. But we did decide after that in 25, let's see if we can buy this property next door. We were ultimately successful purchasing it in May, and that opened up a big opportunity, which we did. Here's the thing. Let's switch to the next slide, if we could. The farm is going to be different. Developing the farm is going to be totally different from everything else we've done, because it is consolidated. In addition to whatever site specifics are needed for a jail, which, as I think we've heard, have their own complexities, highway building, et cetera, all of that needs to work together. Above ground in terms of internal circulation, below ground in terms of utilities, just to highlight probably the big one. That's why we got to have a plan first. And the difficult thing about doing this plan is we're probably going to have to go through a seeker review and probably the full seeker review. All right. If we don't do this now, we will have to repeat all of this one by one, and it will be dramatically more expensive. On top of whatever delays it is in terms of moving forward with these projects. Let's switch to the next one here. First off, we will lock down specific sites for these things done, right? This has nothing to do with making a decision on funding them or improving them. I would note it would probably take close to 10 years or more to develop the entire site. Well, I know there's been some recent controversy about the jail itself. If that is the very last project we build, right, that would be completed at about the time the existing jail's useful life ends. Now, I'm not going to wade into the decision to do that or not. I just want to point that out. This will take a long time, and we are not deciding by doing this plan to fund anything in particular. Let's go to the next page. All right. This is probably the pacing item for this whole project. We are not in good fiscal shape to do significant borrowing. We're not in structural balance. We've talked about that. We are dealing with that in a very painful way at times, both the last budget process and this budget process, to get that straight. That'll be important. We probably ought to put together a board resolution or policy saying we have a policy of structural balance. That will help with the markets. The other thing is our fund balance is probably way too low. We'll learn more about that next month when we get the latest audit, but pay attention to these. Okay. Next is just a picture of the site. You've all seen that, hopefully. There you go. And we can go ahead and switch to the facilities on the site. This has changed a little bit. When I first wrote this, it was the fire training facility, the highway building, and the county jail, and the sheriff's office, public safety. But there's emergency management, 911, which folks I think ought to be co-located. There's also the shared site infrastructure, And by that, I'm including some things, there's significant wetlands on this site, and that can be developed, including into some kind of recreational facility that actually might be a little more interesting than than a jail. And it doesn't have to be located right next to a jail, for heaven's sakes. It's a big site. Okay. So also there was a suggestion added to this RFP that we consider moving this building to that site. I think there's some questions about that, but it certainly doesn't hope having someone who plans these things and all the environmental stuff to look at that. Potentially, this is a very attractive site to sell for development. So I'm all in favor of selling something that we can get some money on to help us. All right, let's real quick go through what is in the RFP. 3 things: pre-design and planning, SECRA, regulatory coordination and permitting, and a schematic design. The schematic design is just a map with the boxes, the locations laid on. Let's start with that in the back because it's easy. Pre-design, let's go to the next page on that. All right, this is a lot of stuff. And I gotta get, even this font is too small for me. We've talked about a lot of these things already. Site assessment and existing conditions. We think this is a great site, but you know, we need to double check that the boundaries, survey, topographic, geotechnical, environmental, with wetlands, utilities demand, that's going to be important. Also, efficient energy. This is 2026. We're just not going to be able to build coal power thing. Traffic and circulation, facility programming and needs assessment. That's where this consultant will talk to the various departments that are going to be located in there to find out what their specific needs are. Right. You know, if you need an indoor firing range, for instance, that's going to make a bigger footprint. There may be specialized things for E911 or the dispatch center. This is all the pre-planning. The master plan site development is a written document with options. It will tell us what we can fit on there, and we can make those decisions. And stakeholder engagement, of course, and preliminary cost estimating and a phasing strategy. This last is the most important. Phasing strategy, because we can't build all of this. Even if we had gobs of money, we couldn't build all this in a year or two. It's going to have to be done in phases, and that's state of the art. Best practice for managing complex campus level projects. Let's go to the next slide. SECRA. Like I say, the summary of this is not going to be the simple one that we typically do, right? This is going to be a more complicated one. I spent quite a bit of time working with Tammy Harris to just make sure I'm thinking about this correctly. They will be able to help us. So will soil and water also help us, especially on some of that earlier stuff, maybe the environmental assessment. So we have county resources to help us. And then, you know, there's a lot of coordination with agencies. I mean, you all know difficulties of SECRA, so we're just going to have to go through it. Let's go to the next slide. Regulatory coordination. There's just a lot of stuff when we build this stuff. We got to double check, right? I mean, at the bottom, ADA, fire code. We have wetlands. That means U.S. Army Corps. Probably not New York State DOT. There's still a question about that, but I put it on there case we do. Next. Next slide. We good? We've done a lot of work in different ways. We have different documents, not the least of which was the big engineering study that we did a few years ago. All this is going to be available to this consultant and planner for us. And the next slide. This is a rough order guesstimate of how long it will take. This assumes we have an RFP, we've selected a firm, and let's say it starts 1/1/27. All right. And so you'll see the different weeks involved. I'm having trouble seeing this, but I believe we will finish most of the master planning and layout alternatives 4 months after this thing is awarded. So set secret aside, that can take a long time, year and a half, maybe even 2 years, depending on what happens. But first, by May, we'll have a good sense of what we think that site should be. Okay, next.
So by May, when could you start building a fire training center?
I would defer to the consultant on that because there's a lot of complexity. And I'm not sure about the fire training academy and seeker. Okay. In my mind, the fire training academy is first out of the gate.
It is.
Because I think it's going to be the least expensive and may have the smallest footprint. What I'm unsure about is its impact on seeker. DEC may have a lot of questions, and so, but I think we need to emphasize that I would recommend that we emphasize to the consultant that this is the first out of the gate.
What do you think? What do you think this little package will cost?
Roughly similar from a firm that bid to do just the jail. That was about 300,000. So 3 facilities, maybe 4 with the overall circulation, maybe 1.2 million. Which we would fund, I would hope, with a bond anticipation note. I think, although we may be able to fund this out of some available resources that Alan might find for us, basically investments. We need the latest financial statement to determine that. But if we do go the band route, we would roll that over into the long-term bonds for building these.
So, seeking clarification, I thought we were talking about 3 buildings on the site
Yes.
initially. But there are, 6 on this
Yes.
slide?
Yes. Different people have suggested different things.
So does it, will it cost us extra to plan on 6 facilities rather than 3? Or is this just?
Yeah, I would think it would. I would think it would. On the other hand, you have to balance that against other decisions.
Is there a way to phase that part of it, like this part of it? What if we phase for 3 and,
Now we're talking to secret.
you know, look at the whole site and say, we're gonna pencil in these 3, but the rest of it, we can do the seeker on another building if we decide to do
Well,
another building.
First of all, talk to Dan Hammer about that. I also want to talk to Tammy about that. The risk we have with doing a seeker for just a small,
Right. is
you
that
know,
we
for
have to
3,
expand it.
someone will say, hey, you did that deliberately to avoid seeker and make us go through the whole process again.
I think the size of what we're doing is gonna involve the deepest level of
Yeah.
seeker anyway, just on doing 3 buildings.
I would
So
like
I don't
more.
think we're gonna be skipping anything by saying we're only doing 3.
Yeah.
With
I-
regards to stormwater, with regards to like all the things that they ask you questions about.
I would like to have a consultation with him.
Correct,
Um,
yes, and Dan Hammer.
Because Tammy basically said, do the whole thing right at the beginning, otherwise.
But did she mean all potential buildings ever, or the whole property itself?
You can't do ever because you don't know.
Well, you get what I'm
So,
saying.
no, I get what you're saying. So here's,
Can we go back to the list of facilities, Mary?
And Dan, what did you want to say?
here's, you know, in my mind, you've got 3 buildings that even potentially, because one is in dispute.
Yeah.
So. But you want to know where it would go if it ever went, because that one building is
It's big, yeah.
and it's priority for security and operational, right? So in my mind, based on my experience, you'd want to know jail, if and when it's ever built, but you'd want to know where you put it for those reasons. Fire training center and highway garage. Highway garage, we pretty much know where it's going. It's gonna go over on the other side by the gravel. So I've long said this building has a lot of serious problems. That you're, at some point in time, the rooster's coming home to roost. And you're gonna have to deal with it. So that's potential, but I don't think you need to do an in-depth survey on that building because that could change dramatically by the time you get to that point. So you would want to say, okay, if we ever build that building, we'll reserve this space for it. And geotechnical, it'll support a building of that stature, right? So I don't think you really need to go in real depth on surveys of staff and everything else for that building. I don't. I don't even think you need to do that for a jail. You need to say, okay, if we were to build one, where would be the best location based on operational needs and security needs? Because that building, by the time you get around to building it, who knows what new regulations come out? Be premature to be doing in-depth staff surveys and planning for that as well. So in my mind, you'd be saying, okay, we're gonna need 12 acres. You set aside that 12 acres. You don't want it near the highway garage, and you don't want it too close to the fire training center because of what they're doing, right?
Right.
So what was the other buildings we're missing here?
911, here's the list.
Okay, so the 911 center, we've already discussed, could go right along with the fire training center, the same building. So, and Rob O'Brien's on board with that. The only one that's not in there is the coroner's building. That could also go right in that same general area. That's not a big building. So I really think we're putting a lot more into this than is necessary at this point in time.
Right.
So I agree with you.
Agreed. I don't know that we need. Sorry, Andrew Marietta is also texting you about this, so some of this is coming.
Okay.
Apparently I-
So he is here, my gosh.
So in my mind, the focus needs to be at this point, because you're not even near the highway department yet. In my mind, where's the jail going, if it's ever going? where's the best location for that? Let's keep it simple. Okay, we might put up a county office building sometime in the next 20 years, who knows, right? Reserve a spot for that. Will the geotechnical and the soil support that kind of a structure? Yes, no, whatever. Now that you get to the fire training center, you're probably gonna want to put your 911 center in there because they're associated. You're probably gonna want to have some bays for a couple of and overnight accommodations for ambulance crews. And your fire training center all in one spot. That's the one you should be focusing on, getting staff input on design and stuff like that. And maybe your coroner's building or small coroner building.
So perhaps I've been confusing. None of this is about the internal design.
No.
Right, it's
Other than that one
about
building.
creating the footprint.
Correct. Okay.
That's all it is,
Right.
right? And fitting that in with things like utilities and circulation. There will have to be some consultation with departments, obviously, but it will not be, tell me where the bench should be, how many desks.
Or even staffing.
Or it won't have anything to do with staffing. This is just planning the
That's
thing.
not my question.
The second thing, if I could just add, is this is just the RFP. It's purposely written as broad as possible because the key thing will be the proposals. What those guys propose, whatever they are. And that we will need to select. Finally, I've talked about this as phases, right? You should do the planning first before you engage in the secret. So that will be a stop. When we see the planning, we say, good Lord, we can't possibly do one thing or another. We do that before we invest in the multi-year process with seekers. So there are plenty of breaks
Reevaluate.
to reevaluate what we actually build. Now, I have a couple other suggestions. One of which is the board establishes a committee specifically to focus on this. Okay? Specifically to focus on all of this. Secondly, I think we need to have a kind of advisory group of the relevant department heads. And the contractor will be the staff for both of those groups. So we'll have very thorough discussion and exploration in detail where, in my opinion, we haven't had that when we approach things single single project at a time. So
That was a lot, Steve. Any other questions? Any other thoughts? Good.
I mean, probably a firing range is not a good location next to the nature trail.
No.
It might
These-
help with interval training.
You have it down there in the duck pond.
Oh, we have, hopefully we have our no trespassing signs
Yeah,
getting
we brought
formally
that up in public hearings.
up already, yeah. Okay.
this is
Um,
a big deal and
It
it's
is-
just
it is a
about the
big deal.
plan.
And you may never build some of this stuff, but you want to do it right. Because if you someday decide, oh, that probably this building should have gotten there, you're not gonna move whatever's there.
Right.
The other thing, I just have to emphasize, we gotta do a formal planning process in order to attract investors through the bond market. We've got to appear and create public records that shows we're taking this very seriously. I'm sure our residents will think that, and that's fine, but bond market investors it's a national market. They can go to a lot of places, get better rates. Maybe this is a good this is a good investment or not. It will depend on what they think about our ability to manage this. So it's a little more formal than we are used to, and it's done in the way those markets appreciate.
So do you need any motion from us here today? This was just a
No, 'cause
information gathering.
Just on Public Works and.
Okay.
Public Works
Okay.
authorized.
But we also want everybody to be on board with us being
Oh.
done, so when it comes time to award it.
We don't have to start over on
Right.
explaining everything. No, I think it was really good presentation.
I will
Comprehensive.
work to clarify, to make something like an option. I want to talk to Dan Hammer about that. To specify the key facilities and then others we might consider. Because I think I heard that here. I don't, in my mind, I don't have it in my
Well,
head.
for example, and I've spoken to both Victor and I've spoken to Rob on this. The fire training center, it's really not, it's the emergency services training center because it's going to involve more than fire. But the way the ambulance is going, you're gonna want, a location there for maybe 1 or 2 bays with crew sleeping facilities that are acceptable for code compliance and such. And also potential for 911 to be over there, but
Exactly. I think it's inappropriate to lay out at that level of detail in an RFP. The response needs to be from whoever wins this contract.
Right.
It's they gotta show that they can get that and have done the trade-offs for it.
Anything else on the farm discussion? RFP? Thank you, Steve.
Questions?
Okay, so we're gonna do, I think DOH, Department of Health.
Yeah.
And, Penny does have a Department of Health related resolution. So while Cheryl's coming on, if Penny, you wanna just propose for the point here?
Yes, I'm requesting that Heidi Bond be reappointed to the position of Director of Public Health as per Public Health Law, Section 351B5, for a term of 6 years effective August 8th, 2026, which means that she is a holdover now as of August 8th, 2026, because there was an oversight on my part to bring it to committee today. So
moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Okay.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Okay,
Penny,
I will have to reference.
Okay.
Thank you.
great. Okay, Carol, you're ready for your agenda.
Okay, this is just more of an FYI. We have had one of our RNs, resign, or her last day is gonna be the 28th of this month. And Heidi is working with, personnel to get that position posted and refilled. So, the other thing we have is, Alan brought to my attention, so that's why there's 2 budget modifications. I had originally put one in that I thought could be signed by Steve only. And then Alan informed me that we had already done a transfer that I had completely missed. So we have, I don't know if you want to do it as one lump sum or 2 separate ones.
Let's do 2 separate ones.
Okay, so the first one will be transferring $18,000 from the 3 to 5 education line, which is A2960.548010, to the early intervention education line, which is 4059.548014.
So move.
Second by Representative Martini. Oh, any questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent Powers.
Okay, that motion passes. And your next one?
The next one is the same two lines, but the amount is 58. So in total, we're asking for a $68,000 transfer to the early intervention line to cover the services for children for the balance of the year.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Did you say the total was?
One was for one was for 18,000 and one was for 50,000 for a total of 68.
Oh, okay, okay, got it. We'll go for a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent Powers.
Okay, that motion passes as well. Okay.
Okay, the next thing is we just received notification of our lead poisoning prevention grant for the time period of October 1st, 2026 through September 30th of 2031, total 5 years, at $35,000 annually, and we're just requesting permission to accept that grant.
So moved.
Second.
Question or discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent Powers.
Oh, said aye. Okay, that motion passes. Uh-oh.
Okay, and then I just have a couple other things that came up after I did this administration agenda in speaking with Heidi. We had a resolution for a family service specialist temporary. We were going to bring someone in so that we can hire. We have a senior family service specialist retiring. When it was put together, it says the family service specialist position is going to be temporary. It should actually be the family service specialist is going to be permanent with temporary funding, because we are going to not fill the senior family service specialist. If that makes sense.
Do you have the resolution number or is this a resolution that was previously passed for the
Yes.
temporary?
Yes, the resolution is 283-2026-0701.
Okay, so we're gonna amend that resolution?
So that the position is permanent with temporary funding, and we will not be refilling the senior family service specialist.
That way, you don't have one of those forms filled out with everything.
I'm going to be honest, I do not know if Heidi has that done with Penny or not. She just asked me to bring this after discussion with Penny. And unfortunately, Heidi is out.
Board committee?
Yeah. So we'll be having an HSC meeting.
Before the board meeting,
Yes, but it may be,
not posted for personnel.
Well, the thing is, we have an individual we've already interviewed, and the person is transferring from within the county to from the Department of Social Services to us. And that is when we realized, Penny advised us that the way this was written was incorrect, and this person would lose all accrued time.
Oh, you don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
No, that's not good.
No,
so why don't we,
we could pass this and then HSC can
if there's something.
revisit it and all the paperwork will be there on the 5th and I can sign it on that day.
On the
Okay.
2nd, but correct.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah,
had,
all of this will be coming to HCS.
we've had a similar thing like this, involving someone transferring inside the county and
Yeah.
losing their benefits.
Yeah.
And we we've been able to follow it up the following month. To do that, we just have to assure the person that, you know, it's just a time.
September 2nd. Yeah.
If we can't resolve it.
Yeah.
I feel like.
So you're willing to move?
Sure.
All right,
Yes,
we
I
have
will
a
make
second.
that.
And I will make sure Heidi knows about the paperwork.
Okay. And did we have a second?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Thank you, Representative Powers. We will go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marita, absent Powers.
Aye.
That
Okay.
passes and will be on the agenda for the HSC September 2nd meeting.
Or
And then the
whatever.
last thing is, our credit cards. I didn't know exactly what you were looking for credit card review at the meeting. So I have information on them. I just didn't know exactly what you were looking for.
I think it was receipts that would be associated with a purchase and maybe packing slips that also came with whatever was.
We have had in place since we got the credit card, a policy that nothing can be purchased on the credit card without prior approval from Heidi. And it has to be a signed form so that whoever is going to be making the purchase with the credit card knows it's been approved. So we do have all receipts and packing slips.
Okay, that I don't think it would go beyond that scope,
Okay.
right? Okay, that's good, Cheryl.
Okay, and then the only other thing we were asking is because our credit card limits had been deducted or reduced, if we could go back to what they had originally been at 5,000, as due to the fact of our UPS bill is coming out of that on a weekly basis. And that's to pay for the shipping of the rabies specimens. And we do get reimbursed on all that by the grant.
We probably ought to, before deciding that, wait for the policy that Denise is developing to get a little better. But they can always go to the treasurer and have the use the treasurer's card.
Okay.
Okay, Cheryl?
That should actually come from parent committee.
Yeah, that would be something you'd want to bring to your home committee as well.
Oh, yeah, this whole agenda will be going to human
Big,
services.
Yeah, and then if you do have a pinch on the credit card, you can always use the treasurer's credit card.
Okay, I will let them know that. Thank you.
Plan B. Okay.
Okay, that's all we had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Jeanette.
Right, just if I could interject.
Oh, sure.
Personally, I think on that, if we have history of a department that every month they have $3,000, we could adjust that.
Yeah.
But for someone that want a $3,000 and they only use $500 a month, there's no reason to.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know which. Probably in.
Oh.
Family. I just brought these in.
Yeah, no, I think it is.
I'll give anything.
Yes. That is it.
So when you're ready, Jeanette, we'll be able to do your agenda. You doing that executive committee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything that can be done in a different session, or is it all in?
Oh, there's a lot to be done in open session, but like the beginning, I think my first page, the agenda is. No, at least that page.
Okay, so you would prefer to do the executive session first?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, I think we need to wait for them to come back in maybe before we have one.
And it's gonna be enough.
You actually have quorum right now.
Oh, we do have.
Oh, we do.
Okay, so.
I propose we go into executive session for the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation.
You have a second?
Second.
And we're
Okay.
inviting in,
You're inviting in
Commissioner Pavlis,
county administrator.
County Administrator,
We need the county attorney in
Mhm.
anytime.
at some point perhaps. So if
Okay.
she should turn up, great.
Letter in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Okay, in that case, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
I'll never say no to the county attorney turning up.
Okay, we're back at the administration committee meeting and going to entertain a motion to return to open session.
So,
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we're now back in open session and Jeanette is going to take us through her community services agenda.
Thank you. So I'm looking to start the process of renew contracts with the community providers, and this is all state aid funded. The first one is Rehabilitation Support Services, RSS. And Alan Ruffles and I, like 2 years ago, came up with some wording for these contracts that fit a little bit better than putting the exact dollar amount, but all state money received by Otsego County for benefit of rehabilitation support services will be sent to rehabilitation support services as long as they meet contractual requirements. I'm looking to do a 2-year contract. And as of the information we have right now, just so you have the dollar amount, it's $2,285,585 annually. Do you want me to do all of them?
I think it would be easier to do them that way.
I mean, one of them are.
We can move them all at one time, but there's plenty of discussion on anything that shows up in between.
And the next one is LEAF, same word, and all state money received by Otsego County for the benefit of LEAF will be sent to LEAF as long as they meet contract requirements for a 2-year contract starting January 1st, 2027, and then December 31st, 2028, $531,136 annually. The neighborhood center, and this is for mobile crisis assessment. Same wording, all state money received by Otsego County for the benefit of the neighborhood center will be sent to the neighborhood center as long as they meet the contract requirements. A 2-year contract, January 1st, 2027, 12/31/2028 for $792,653. Family Resource Network, same thing, 2-year contract, January 1st, 2027 through 12/31/2028, for roughly $128,361 annually. Friends of Recovery, Delaware, Otsego, for due. The same wording for a 2-year contract of January 1st, 2027, 12/31/2028, $931,098.
Okay, we have a motion to move forward with the contracts.
So moved.
Seconded. Okay, any questions or discussion on these 5 contracts? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marita absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
Okay, so I'm looking to create, fund, and fill the following position. It's a community service administrator officer. It would be an MNC, grade 7. Salary range is $79,935 through $97,698. This is something we've talked about a couple of years ago when it was brought up about, I have a deputy, but not a deputy like Acton. They act for the clinic more so, but they do clinical work and then supervise the clinical teams. This person would be kind of like my right-hand person. They would be right below me, but above the business office manager. So Penny, it spoke to me about creating this position, and her and I worked together to do this.
First off, so moved.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay,
Where is the funding?
It'd be local funding.
I see that on the creation for change of position or creation, it says 50% state, 50% local.
I'm sorry, yes, because we get, we call it RIG fund, and then we can use that for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is the fringe? Who's paying for fringe?
Does reimbursement include fringe? No.
I believe this is also a 27 budget proposal, is that right?
We did a decision packet on it. We're hoping if we can get it passed that we could advertise and possibly fill it this year.
Yeah, if you choose to approve this now, just subject to the 27 budget development.
But But if we choose to do this and it gets filled and then that kind of like the person is hired already, are we
Yeah.
gonna really change
I
that?
probably wouldn't fill. I probably would recommend not filling any new position for the rest of the year. I'm kind of a broken record on this. Yeah. This has been a I think this is probably a very helpful thing and a good thing.
Yeah.
But this was proposed at least years ago, at least a couple of years ago. It won't hurt to,
Advertise it.
wait until 1/1 and, we can, approve it here subject to the budget, but authorize advertising and posting, just with the proviso.
I do think it's a really good idea, Jeanette. I think it's gonna be really helpful for your office to have this position in place.
So I just want to understand what you're saying, Steve. If we approve this, you're saying if we do advertise it, but just say we're not, they put in there like not available till January 1st? Is that what you said not, we could advertise but not fill it till 1/1?
You would basically say, yeah, basically, you know, start date 1/1/27, subject to budget approval.
This is an assistant for you. What's this person doing?
They are gonna be, my assistant and then above the business office manager. So kind of like my right-hand person. We're not gonna call them a deputy, they'd be the community service administrator.
You have that other girl coming back part-time, right?
I'm sorry?
Who's the girl that's coming back part-time that was the business office manager?
Oh, Martha?
Oh,
Martha.
Yeah. I think she was the very first business office manager we ever had.
Yeah. I would feel comfortable with create funding and filling it based on,
Passing the budget in December.
so that we can at least start advertising it, because that's always the hardest part, is just finding person.
Do you have in mind someone who might apply?
I do.
Oh,
I think, I could have a conversation that if HR got it out there and they applied, that I could have that conversation that this is tentative budget. And if the budget passes, then you would start 21. I think they would be okay with it.
If you want, you can have that conversation beforehand, circle back next month and do this. Or just go ahead and approve it now.
yeah, why don't we just? That means go ahead and approve.
That's a motion?
That is, oh, I thought I'd make.
Oh, we did have a motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did. Okay.
My memory is going, but
Yeah.
I remember
Oh,
doing that.
Clearly, it's already
It's been a
gone.
long day, long day.
Yeah.
You've been here for 10.
Okay. All right. I'm very in support of the position. I'm concerned about how it, like, as a way of creating positions outside of the budget process is kind of it becomes more problematic. Like if we, you know what I'm saying, but I might vote yes anyway. I just with that caveat, I'm just not comfortable with approving a position at independently.
Two things can be true. I'm not comfortable with it, but we also need it.
Yeah, we do need it, and we don't want.
Not gonna vote for myself, that makes it easier for the rest of them.
Well then, okay.
Um,
Because we need.
If we get, before the budget is done, but after we've made all the decisions, right, we could then post it then. Or approve it then immediately after, so.
Yeah, but I still kind of not. I just would like to have the budget process be the place where decisions get made on personnel. It's one of our biggest lines and it has implications all over the place. And to kind of pre-commit to that is an open invitation to show department heads how to really fast track positions. If you get what I'm saying.
I do, and I completely agree with you. I'm trying to be a little bit helpful here, as I would kind of for any position, but I don't think you should approve it or any new position from now to the end of the year.
And that's really been a long standing.
Yeah. Not new.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I started doing it when I took over from Alan budget. And
It's been a
sometimes
long.
the board goes along and sometimes not.
We don't.
So if we wait until the budget, can we say now create it or because I think a few years ago when I first started doing this, we put things in the budget and I thought because they were approved, that's all I had to do. I didn't bring it to
That's right,
committee.
yeah, I know that.
And then I came a couple months late going like, where's my people? Because you guys approved it. So are we able to at least say create it and then, but we're gonna hold
The funding and the filling.
until budget?
So Jeanette, what has to happen is a new position in the budget is approved by the budget. But there then has to be a resolution for the specific position. And that's what we have to do.
So after, so if the budget passes in November, December, then I have to come back to committee in January to get the resolutions. Is what.
You could actually do it in December.
Yeah, you can actually do it in December.
Okay.
And the
You know-
other thing is, we've got departments that their target amount for their budget won't even cover their staffing at the moment.
Yeah.
Um,
A lot of.
it might be helpful for the committee to direct, say, personnel office and the county administrator or the budget officer, when we approve the budget, to also bring a resolution with all the newly created positions.
Oh, that would be very.
That'd be
helpful.
great.
Yeah, that would be.
We've
that would help.
tried to do that from time to time, and there are practical reasons why it is difficult, but I think a little oomph from the committee and the board would be, not that I'm encouraging you to make more work for me, but
And just for clarity, we did approve previous positions earlier today. They were 100% grant funded, so I didn't have quite the same angst. Okay. So we had a motion in a second. We gonna vote?
We have to.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna vote now.
Kennedy,
No.
McCarty, absent Wilbur.
No.
Martini,
No.
Marietta, absent Powers.
No.
Well, I got some more positions.
Okay.
Some of these that were unfunded.
Some of them are gonna be workable.
So the next one is a behavioral health billing and claims management. It was a CSE grade 14, salary of $51,039 through $60,426. If this is approved, we are gonna unfund one of the managed care specialists. And their salary is $42,789 through $50,479.
So moved.
Great.
Okay, questions or discussion?
Jeanette, how does this relate to the Beacon
So this.
contract?
So Beacon has started. They're still getting a lot of stuff in place, so they came to the office the first Thursday of the month. This, how we stated with Penny that we had to try to do our due diligence to find our own people before we outsource like completely. So this position would be one of those. Penny and I wrote it together and we beefed it up a little bit for a little more experience and things like that. So
So if this doesn't get filled in a reasonable period of time, 2 or 3 months, I'm guessing.
I think 2 cycles to be advertised, which is 2 weeks each. I think
Okay.
that would be sufficient to show civil service in the union that we attempted.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are all of your staff at 242?
Yes. All of them? Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on this one? Okay.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty, absent Wilbur,
Aye. Sorry.
yep, Martini,
Aye.
Marietta, absent Powers.
Aye.
Okay. Okay. That one.
The next one is to fund and fill a managed care specialist, and it's a CSEA 41,342 through 48,777. We had a position, we've had 2 of them, and like I said, one of them we're gonna unfund for the behavioral health billing claims person. So this is just backfilling. We had one leave in March and one leave at the beginning of June. So that would just replace that person.
So. Questions or discussion on this one? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty, absent Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta, absent Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
The next is reclassification of 2 clerks and 1 keyboard specialist. The new title would be patient service representative. And it would be to fund and fill them CSE grade 7, 37,576 through 44,246. So a total of 3 positions. If this passes, we would unfund a keyboard specialist and 2 clerk positions.
Someone.
Second.
Questions or discussion on this one?
What's this person doing?
So the positions are currently filled by the clerk and keyboard specialist. They are front desk at each of the clinics. And off of the Beacon Solutions recommendations of what our front desk people should be doing compared to what they are doing, we rewrote their job descriptions because they added a lot more to it. From what Penny told me, if we don't reclassify them and move them up and keep them where they're at, we're actually gonna have to take some duties away from them and they wouldn't be able to fulfill what Beacon Solutions has recommended.
Okay.
The critical thing that Beacons recommended was when patients come in, especially new patients, it's the front desk that gets their initial information. And so it turns out it's a critical aspect to getting your revenues at the end of the day. So this is an important.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing it anyway. They're kind of working a little out of their scope because that's not
Right.
part of the description, so that's why we had to change it.
Right,
Right.
so they can be working within the
Right.
scope of their duties.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we had a first and a second. Are we ready to vote on this one? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty, absent Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
So I just wanted to bring our credit card statement. As it's the July 15th, 26, I had a charge of $208.99 for 2 trainings. And then there was 2 trainings altogether, and then there was one the total was $208.99 for 2 trainings, one for $59 and one for $149.99.
Thank you.
Approval to complete and pay, complete the contract and pay Cerner for the following dates and amounts. So it would be November 1st, 2024 through October 31st. I'm sorry, that shouldn't be 28, that should be 20. Let's see, November 1st, 24. I think the total, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
November 1st, 4 through 10/31/25 for $44,364. And then 11/1/26, that's not right.
That's right.
11
That's where you get off. I
Yep.
think.
11/1/25 through 10/31/26 and 44,364. And then 11/1/26 through 10/31/27, 44,364. And it would be a total of 178,341. It's a yearly charge of $40,824 for the EMR services. And then there is a yearly charge of $3,540, which breaks down the monthly of $295 for the benefits of verification and automated messaging.
Okay. Quick question. What is the 11/1/2024 through 10/31/2028 for 45,249? That's right at the top of that list.
That, you know what? Let me bring this back next month just because I gotta get clarification on.
Okay.
I clearly messed that up.
We're perfectly willing to pay.
We are just confused.
Me too.
Yeah.
We have been going back and forth with them a long time. So I'll pull their invoices and I'm sure
Okay, yeah, because that would be the fourth one.
Right.
I'm guessing that it's 11/1/2024 through 10/31/2025.
So their RFP, they responded to 5 years
Okay,
and we've already paid the first year. So we're looking at the last 4, but
Yeah.
I'd be comfortable
Yeah.
getting the correct, I clearly did some typos and I just wanna correct it.
the amount does come out to be right, but it's just the date. that
Yeah.
are a little bit
Yeah.
ridiculous flat. Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
So I was informed last month that our department has $175,000 to spend by January 17th of 27, so we've made a couple, just some things we'd like, approval to purchase tile for our break area on the 3rd floor. The form would be $1,573.22. The trim is $88, around $300 total. Around 300 total for the trim, and it would be a total of $1,961.22 from Home Depot. And I can just look through all what we're looking for.
yeah,
So I'm looking over here, approval to purchase of ceiling tile.
Yes.
A second.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the ceiling tiles?
Our ceiling tiles are falling apart. You go in and like pieces are hanging, it's like.
Okay.
So,
It's not great.
Okay.
so, David Bryant came over and did a bunch of stuff and then sent me the quotes. The ceiling tiles for the 2nd and 3rd floor would be a total of $51,742.86. We're looking to purchase some blinds for the 3rd floor, would be $1,773.92. We'd like to purchase 3 vacuums, with additional filters and belts. All 3 of them together would be $556.56 from Amazon. We're looking to purchase a small refrigerator for the ARS clinic to replace the one they have that's broken, $150.40. Approval to purchase 2 supply cabinets, $345.98. And then some grocery bags we use for, we have like a hygiene closet that is funded from an outside agency for our clients. And that would be about $32.99. And then also purchase a bookshelf for $159.99, another bookshelf for $151.99, file cabinet for $155.99, a mini fridge, $129.99, a two-drawer file cabinet, $97.99, computer desk, $132.94, 4 leather chairs, total of $242.99, and that total would be, up in the bookshelf down, $1,041.88.
So much.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
Just one question. What is the source of the 175?
Our federal sharing money. Federal sharing money,
Salary sharing.
federal share.
And remember that county does have its own Amazon account.
Yeah.
which We can connect with Allen Rockets if you need. to.
Yeah, we're already connected.
Oh, good.
And because I listed each thing just because I think, our total for the year is gonna reach that 10,000, that's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good to know. Okay, any other questions for Jeanette? The refurbishing and kind of sprucing up your space. We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
We also have $20,000 that we received from OMH, that goes towards SPOA, which is our single point of access. All the money we get from OMH for this also covers that person's salary and their fringe. So we still have $20,000 that we need to spend by the end of the year. So what we're looking to do is get like some food cards, grocery cards, some Main Street restaurant, food and meal allowed expenses, hygiene supports, socks, hats, bus passes, some string backpacks, some bulk where we can purchase some bulk food staple items and hygiene products to make the bags for the individual.
So
Second.
Any questions or discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that passes.
With this, with these approvals, I would like to ask that our credit card limit be cut back to $4,000.
So don't we get into the same thing that we just, the same conversation we just had with
Yeah,
DOH?
yes.
Could you use the treasurer's slip?
Possibly. I've never asked Steve this, but I guess. I could.
Yeah,
Any department can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we are in the process of kind of revamping the credit card policy, and we'll probably on a case by case basis be putting limits back up, but until we're done the full review, we're kind of not ready to do that yet.
And if it should not be an issue. Okay, it's the treasurer's slip.
So with this approval to spend the 20,000, and I get as far as like some of the restaurants on Main Street, the pizza places, like we want to go get a bunch of gift cards, so do I have to be specific of that, or can I just?
I think as long as there are receipts when.
Yeah, I think if you use your department card, which you have the $1,500, like use that one to do those kinds of things. And then use his to do things where you're buying something or paying for something that's like on the computer, or you know, you don't have to do it in person.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, because usually if you just go into a pizza place with a card number, they're gonna look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not taking.
But it's good for, you know.
Oh, that's.
Okay. So yes, there we go, that, and we're on the last page of our agenda,
Yes.
recovery month.
Yes, so September's Recovery Month. Past couple of years, ARS has done some things for the clients throughout the month. We'd like approval to spend $2,000 from our opiate funds for the Recovery Month in ARS.
So
Second. What does that money do?
I'm sorry?
What does that money do?
So when we do use it for Recovery Month, like they'll do different things for the clients, like they'll make goodie bags, gift bags for them. It's focused on recovery material. They might put on, we do groups in the morning, so they might have like coffee and donuts and things like that.
And
Last year, we only spent, it was like right under $900, but they were looking to do a little more this year, so.
And this funding is from the settlements, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We ready to vote?
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay. Passes.
Okay, the next thing that I need approval on is approval to extend resolution number 146-20260304 for an additional 6 months, and that was the business office manager temporary, and that would start October 17th of 26 for an additional 6 months.
So moved.
Second.
Question, discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty absent, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta absent, Powers.
Okay, that motion passes.
I do just have a couple FYIs for you. Community services write-in off $26,201.85 for dates of service of 2022 through 2024. These were clients that were self-pay or co-pays that were billed that they never paid them. So, we're not gonna keep chasing them down. We had our losses on that. And I can bring this one up at the budget meeting just so that you guys, but I wanted to put it up here too, is that, in 2027 budget for the criminal actions, that's the one where we have to pay if somebody's declared not competent to stand trial. We had last year 250 and we spent, over 700,000. We left 250 in it for this year. We haven't used any yet. I've been informed that it's being cut down to 165,000. It could go either way, but I did receive the rates for 2027. And there's an increase of $102.87 per day for adults. And if anyone is treated at these sites that are allocated for children, and it could be like maybe somebody 18, 19 has to go to those sites. That cost is $4,424.59 per day. So since my time here, we've never had anybody at one of the children's sites, but I did want to make you aware of the increases and see what happens next year.
This is for 730s?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Right,
Wow. I think that's enough.
okay. Okay. I believe that brings us to the end of our day. Thank everyone for hanging in there through this entire day. I don't know if we have any other business anyone would like to discuss before we have a motion.
Even if I did, I know bumper did.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Representative Wilbur in a second. Okay, we're adjourned. Okay, thanks, everyone.